Welcome back, one and all. We are here once more for the dramatic read-through of the book Console Wars by Blake J. Harris, Sega, Nintendo, and the Battle That Defined a Generation. With me today, I have some wonderful folks. We have the Jonny,
Ooh, yay!
the Jumpman,
Hello, how you doing?
and Alexander Smith.
That's my generation, and I don't feel it defined me, but okay.
Hmm.
Nice to be here.
So, we read through the first 4 chapters, first time around. Good dialogue, good fun. But this next chapter has no dialogue. Can you believe it?
And in a complete and utter coincidence, it is probably the best chapter in the book.
Indeed. You talked about it at the end of the last stream that that this was the sample chapter for
Correct. I think it was on Polygon. I can't remember which site carried it, but one of the big gaming news sites carried this chapter as a sample before the book launched. And so I at the time thought that this was going to be somewhat indicative of how the book was written. I mean, I knew this one was more a summary from the chapter title, but I still thought that this is what we were getting, and it was not.
Do you think that was deliberate?
I think that probably, yes, but probably not as a bait and switch. I mean, not deliberate for that reason. I imagine that, even though obviously Sega still has a lot of fans and stands to this day, Nintendo is the bigger deal, and the company that captures the public imagination more. And so I imagine a Nintendo heavy chapter was probably chosen for that reason as much as anything.
There are Nintendo heavy chapters that are dialogue based.
There are. That is true.
So I think this book comes off particularly bad if you detach it from the context of the rest of the book.
Mm-hmm.
Which should have probably been a sign. But the idea of the presenting this book as something it is very much not is a little shady to me. I have chapters in my book that are different from the majority of the chapters, but none of them are literally entirely, the style has literally gone out the window.
Exactly. And obviously the book itself is very honest about what it is. I mean, we read the preface or disclaimer or whatever at the beginning about, dialogue being manufactured and all of that. But I don't feel, as someone who was very interested in it and, pre-ordered it and everything and was waiting for it to come out, I don't feel that that is not what I thought I was getting. I still would have bought it because it still has tidbits that are useful for my research, but that is not what I thought I was getting based on what it seemed we knew in advance of publication, or at least what I knew.
All right, well, let us launch into this interesting chapter. This will include a lot of commentary as we go along. We are on Chapter 5, The History of NOA, a story told in 8 bits. And rather than me leading the narration on this one, I have given this task to Alex, because it is a different chapter.
Indeed, very different format. On September 23rd, 1889, just weeks before his 30th birthday, an entrepreneur named Fusajiro Yamauchi opened a small, rickety-looking shop in the heart of Kyoto. To attract the attention of passing rickshaws and wealthy denizens, he inscribed the name of his new enterprise on the storefront window, Nintendo, which had been selected by combining the kanji characters nin, ten, and do. Taken together, they meant roughly, quote, leave luck to heaven, unquote, though, like most successful entrepreneurs, Yamauchi found success by making his own luck. Even at this early point here, I think we need to stop for a second because we have the naming controversy.
Indeed.
right here, and actually the storefront controversy a little bit,
and
as well.
the dating controversy.
And the dating controversy. So even though we haven't even gotten through the first paragraph, I think we should hold there for a little analysis.
Yes, we won't go off too far on this because it's very much like just go read Florent Gorge. But although the updated stuff has not been published in English, so there is that.
Yes.
So you can
It's
go
coming.
listen to Alex's podcast instead. For
Indeed.
So there was a recent article. It's actually not from Gorge, but the dating stuff. There was a recent article on some gaming website that tried to go back through Japanese records and discover, when Nintendo was actually founded. There is not a date that is in the public record. And so there is a date range between which Nintendo could have been founded. It could have been earlier. It could have been later. I assume this date means something, September 3rd, 1889, but it is very much possible that there was a Nintendo company earlier than this.
Absolutely. And yeah, it gets really tricky with Japanese companies before they incorporate.
Right.
Japanese companies are pretty meticulous about recording their date of incorporation, but oftentimes the founding date, the true founding date, is much more nebulous. And one example of this is for decades on the internet, everyone said that SNK was founded in 1978, and their own corporate history timeline said that they were incorporated in 1978 and mentioned no history before that. But in fact, the company was founded in 1973, and they had just chosen to mark the date of their founding as their incorporation date instead. And then that got disseminated on the internet and blah, blah, blah. So it can be very tricky. The second thing is there's the description of the shop here. Now, he is undoubtedly drawing this description from a picture that we have of a very, very old Nintendo storefront. However, it may not be the 1889, assuming that is the founding year, location of Nintendo. It was captioned as such in an article that was written by a Yamauchi descendant and was published in partnership with, I think, the city of Kyoto. Mm-hmm. It was identified as such, but there are details in that picture, including the make of bicycle in front of the shop, that have led many people that are experts on this thing, which is not me, to conclude that it was probably not an 1889 picture.
Yes, and it has the Napoleon thing as well, which also was later.
Yes.
So this may have been the shop. There may have been an earlier shop, all that kind of details. But
it's nitpicking. I mean, we're not going to nitpick every statement here because, it's not worth it, but it's just kind of interesting to point out.
Also, are there windows on here? I don't even know if there's windows.
I think there may be because the rice paper windows kind of deal, as they did in the East, not like glass pane windows. But then the final thing, and this is something you can read about in the translated Gorge, as well as in an old article on Kotaku that was drawn from Gorge's work, is that Nintendo may not actually mean leave luck to heaven. It can certainly be translated that way if you want, but kanji are very complicated to translate because they have different orders of meaning, and that meaning can change based both on the intent of the speaker and based on the surrounding kanji, and it's all very complicated. According to Gorge, Yamauchi himself, Hiroshi Yamauchi, I should say, himself admitted that he did not know why the company was named Nintendo. He did not know why his ancestor chose those kanji. Gorge has an alternate theory that's very plausible that relates the 10 character to the Tengu, the big-nosed demon of Japanese myth that was at the time quite associated for a variety of reasons with Hanafuda and illegal gambling in Japan. And so that might have been the reason. It might have been a recognition that this is a company that produces Hanafuda and not actually anything about luck in heaven.
So that is a little bit of updated research on this. This is an instance where Blake was mainly just drawing from Game Over, which
Exactly.
did stuff that was passed down through the years through the Yamauchi family.
Yeah, and so yeah, and exactly. It is very much our understanding of the history changing. That hits every work. It's hit my podcast. It's hit my book. So it's not a criticism, but it is just an expanded commentary on what's going on here.
All right, okay, let's
Yes.
finish this paragraph.
Yes, and get a little further, I hope. In an era where most businessmen were content to survive off the modest returns of regional mainstays such as sake, silk, and tea, he decided it was time to try something new. So instead of selling a conventional product, Fusajiro Yamauchi opted for a controversial one, a product that the Japanese government had legalized only 5 years earlier: playing cards.
I love the implication here that nobody tried to do anything outside of the norm.
Yes, and again, this is another thing that Blake wouldn't have known based on the current research at the time. But this was actually a side hustle. His main business was in the cement business, and it was very profitable. So his fortune was not living or dying on the success of Nintendo. It was a side hustle.
Yes, and hello, Rage, welcome.
Yes,
Oh.
welcome.
Welcome.
Hey.
We are going through Nintendo, even though
That's
this is a Sega book.
The history of Japan's relationship with playing cards is as noble as it is bizarre. It began in the late 16th century when visiting Portuguese sailors first introduced card games. This popular Western pastime quickly spread throughout Japan. At the same time as this frenzy was overtaking the nation, Japan's military commanders were growing increasingly incensed by the rapid influx of European missionaries. To ward off this flood of Christianity, the Japanese government issued a series of edicts that effectively closed the country's borders and banned many Western items, including clocks, eyeglasses, and, of course, playing cards.
It's complicated.
It is. Watch Shogun. It tells you a little. It's
Yeah.
fiction, but it tells you a little.
I've heard it's good.
It's really good. As a means to circumvent the ban on cards, the Japanese obediently stopped producing Western cards with 4 suits and 12 numbers, and instead constructed cards with the seasons, also 4, and months of the year, also 12. These new playing cards, which also featured altered illustrations and were intended for games with modified rules, became known as Hanafuda cards and lent themselves to more complex games like bridge and mahjong.
What?
Yeah,
What?
I have no idea what he's trying to say there, because that makes no sense. Mahjong
Yeah.
isn't even played with cards.
Yeah, Hanafuda is Hanafuda.
Yeah. And of course, I wouldn't expect Blake to go into a complete history of card games in Japan, but Hanafuda was actually developed several. So there were multiple card games, because there was this giant cat and mouse game between the gamblers and the shogunate. And so they'd do this card game and it would get banned, and this one, it would be banned. So there, the book Nintendo Magic, of all things, which was written in Japanese and then translated into English around the time of the Wii success, goes into a little more detail on the history of card games in Japan. It wasn't Western card banned, now Hanafuda. There were steps in between. Eventually, the government caught on and banned these as well. But even that wasn't enough to deter the popularity of Hanafuda cards, which survived into the 19th century by being played behind closed doors. That all changed in 1885 when a more open-minded Japanese government withdrew several restrictions that had been imposed on gambling and the manufacturing of Hanafuda cards. For the first time in centuries, people who had been playing this game illegally, like 26-year-old Fusajiro Yamauchi...
That is conjecture!
Yes. It is,
He probably
true.
played them, but...
Gorge is pretty certain, though, that he was a player. But yeah, it is some conjecture. We're finally able to do so out in the open. This led Yamauchi to spend more time playing the game, which led to a series of entrepreneurial ideas and eventually to the opening of that fateful Nintendo shop on September 23rd, 1889.
I get what this adjective is going for, but it also is very corny.
Yes, it is. I also want to make a note on pronunciation, and believe me, my Japanese is not pronunciation is not great, but we're using the pronunciation Yamauchi. One looking at these might logically believe it should be pronounced Yamauchi, but it does appear that people in Nintendo, including American staff, addressed him as Yamauchi, and I did find some news reports from Japanese news sources at the time of his death, and some of those very clearly pronounced his name Yamauchi as well. So I think the family did pronounce it Yamauchi, but it's possible it's Yamauchi.
I turned Alex onto this thing when there was the visit when Onion Software, who you might know on Twitter, visited here in Chicago. I met up with him, and I was talking to him, and I mentioned a book which had Hiroshi Yamauchi's face on the cover, and I said, "Oh yeah, Yamauchi," and then they didn't know what I was talking about. I looked and I found it. I showed it to them, and they said, "Oh, Yamauchi."
Yeah.
And that's how I started realizing, this is one of these instances where the vowels get kind of blurred together.
Exactly. So just a note there. I'm sure some of my Japanese pronunciation as we read this is going to be horrific, but that one I think is actually correct. There, in the heart of Kyoto, he and a small team of employees crafted paper from the bark of mulberry trees, mixed these thin slits with soft clay, and then added the Hanafuda card designs with inks made from berries and flower petals. Nintendo's cards, particularly a series called Daitorio, which featured an outline of Napoleon Bonaparte on the package, became the most successful in all of Kyoto.
Outline? You mean illustration?
Yeah, it's not an outline. It's not Hitchcock at the beginning of Alfred Hitchcock Presents. It's actually a picture of Napoleon.
Yeah.
And Daitorio, I believe, is president. And, of course, funnily enough, of all the titles Napoleon had, that was never one of them.
Yes.
But, whatever. The fate of Nintendo looked very promising until future success was threatened by that of the past. Because those early years had gone so well, all the region's households seemed to already have a deck of Hanafuda cards, and demand came to a halt. To overcome this issue, he set his sights on the one place where the demand never diminished: casinos.
Don't think they call them that.
No, I don't think so. In the smoky dens of Japan's gambling parlors, the highest stakes tables would open a new pack of cards for each game. Yamauchi recognized the incredible potential and signed contracts with nearly 70 gambling parlors. With each one going through hundreds of packs every week, Nintendo's profits soared. Up until this point, Yamauchi had been selling his cards exclusively in Nintendo shops. But if he ever wanted to see Nintendo become a household name, he needed a way to reach more households. That path to pervasiveness came when he struck a deal with the Japan Tobacco and Salt Public Corporation, the state-run monopoly operated by the Japanese Ministry of Finance, which agreed to sell Nintendo cards in their many cigarette shops scattered throughout the nation.
What was it actually operated by the government? From what I understood, by the way,
Right. I believe there was a private entrepreneur that ran the company, but with the
he was granted a monopoly. Yeah,
exactly. He was granted a monopoly, but So I can't be entirely sure because that gets into matters of Japanese business history that I'm not an expert on. But yeah, there was a public face to this. It wasn't just a faceless government entity.
Go ahead, Johnny.
Quick question. In terms of gambling parlors, is this the era of the Corin game?
No, this would be before, because we're still talking about the late 19th and very early 20th century.
Like the Corinth game, I mean, this era, it's an all-win game. It drops in the middle of the beginnings of the amusement sector in Japan, and this is not really anything to do with amusement.
Yeah, but these were mostly Yakuza run gambling dens, of course, as well. And the reason they used a new pack for each game was, of course, because they were trying to avoid cheating through marking cards. So you had to open a fresh deck every time.
Oh, yes. So I'm way too. I'm way too late. So this is the era of card games. I know this is mentioned at the top of the chapter.
Yeah.
So we're in card games, and then Corinth's game is a little later. Okay. Gotcha.
Absolutely.
Perfect.
After several decades of staggering success.
And of course, he doesn't at all mention the Western playing cards.
Which is very odd, because that was actually, I mean, yes, the initial boost came from the gambling decks with the Yakuza, but it was really the Western playing cards and being at the forefront of that really set them up for huge success. Fusajiro Yamauchi retired in 1929 and was succeeded by his son-in-law, Sekiryo Yamauchi, who ran Nintendo efficiently for 19 years. But in 1948, he had a stroke and was forced to retire. With no male children, he offered Nintendo's presidency to his grandson, Hiroshi, who was 21 years old and studying law at Waseda University.
Couple steps missed here, but you know.
Yeah, but it is a book about Sega and Nintendo console wars, so yeah. It's only one chapter that he has to cover it all.
I mean, he went into detail about what the cards were made of, so I think he has his priorities a little twisted right now.
Maybe. It didn't take long for Hiroshi Yamauchi to make his presence known, and he earned a reputation for quick thinking and a quicker temper. Unsurprisingly, he soon fired every manager that had been appointed by his grandfather and replaced them with young go-getters who he believed could usher Nintendo beyond its conservative past.
Here's another controversial one.
Yeah, there's a lot of confusion, and it comes from just not having great sources into this. Like Game Over says something about forcing a cousin to be fired. Like specifically, there was like one other Yamauchi working in the entire company, and he said that person should be fired for him to take over. Other sources have said like he was firing tons of managers. Gorge, I think, probably has it closest to the truth. That there was an incident in the 50s where he fired a small number of managers, and this led to the company attempting to organize a union and led to a lot of labor relations kerfluffle in the 1950s. I don't think he just fired every last manager, but Blake is getting this from other sources. He didn't just make it up himself. So I don't know. Also unsurprisingly, his keen insights and rabid efforts to modernize Nintendo accomplished their goal. In 1951, he consolidated all Nintendo's manufacturing plants in Kyoto to greatly speed up the production process. In 1953, he introduced the first plastic-coated playing cards in Japan. And in 1959, he led Nintendo into its first licensing agreement, a potentially game-changing deal with the Walt Disney Company. I think it's Walt Disney Productions, but that's okay. The Disney playing cards were a stunning success and helped Nintendo reach a new generation of Japanese boys and girls. Emboldened by this triumph, Yamauchi branched out into a number of other, less lucrative endeavors, including an instant rice company and a pay-by-the-hour, quote, love hotel,
Woo!
unquote.
All
Okay.
right.
Okay.
These
Okay.
ones.
Okay. So first of all, he does get bonus points
For actually saying
'cause
it
I'll
was
give credit-
Yamauchi.
Right. And for saying that that there was an instant rice company, that was separate from Nintendo. Because that company was actually a three-way partnership between Nintendo, a local university, and like a foodstuffs company. And Nintendo provided the factory and did a lot of the work, but it was not a Nintendo company. It was a separate company. So he does get credit for that. The Love Hotel, though, we have to address.
Because it is one that, that's a fun factoid that will never stop coming up.
Now, first of all, there is no doubt that Hiroshi Yamauchi did like his love hotels. I mean, this is something that was reported on in Game Over, and
Yeah, I mean, this was one fact that I remember from Game Over that I'm like, wow, you were able to print this? It literally says that Yamauchi was in infidelity to his wife, and
exactly
is very upfront about that fact.
Exactly. And it is also very true that Yamauchi did and his predecessors as well, did a lot of real estate investment throughout Kyoto. They owned, I think at one point, they may have owned as much as a quarter of Kyoto or something ridiculous like that. Like, they were heavy in real estate. So it is possible, given that he was both familiar with love hotels and had extensive real estate holdings, that amongst those holdings, there may have been a love hotel or two. However, Florent Gorge, and he looked into this very closely, and he has connections in Japan. I mean, he could look into records in Japan, not just interviews. He looked very carefully and could find no evidence that Yamauchi ever owned a love hotel. And even if Yamauchi did, it would have been his own separate real estate investment. There are so many sources that talk about Nintendo, the card and toy company, branching out into love hotels.
Oh my.
And that did not happen. Emphatically did not happen.
Okay, Did You Know Gaming, take it down off your site.
Exactly. So it's one of these facts that comes from Chef. Chef's book, Game Over, is just about our best look at Nintendo in Japan. The book Nintendo Magic that came out during the Wii period, since it was written by a Japanese person, is also helpful here and there, but it was very much a puff piece written in collaboration with Nintendo, so it's not trying to dig too deep into anything. Chef actually dug deep, and he got to talk to a lot of people, including members of the Yamauchi family. So that is still our gold standard all these years later for information on the family. But he was an American. There is a language barrier. I'm positive that in some cases, some of his information on what was going on in Japan is garbled due to the language barrier. And I imagine this is one of those situations, though I don't know it for certain, obviously. But definitely no Nintendo loved hotels. These disappointments led Yamauchi to the conclusion that Nintendo's greatest asset was the meticulous distribution system that it had built over decades of selling playing cards.
Look at that insight.
Yeah, I don't think meticulous means what you think it means. With such an intricate and expansive pipeline already in place, he narrowed his entrepreneurial scope to products that could be sold in toy and department stores and settled upon a new product called video games. So, first of all, if he was narrowing down to what could be sold in toy and department stores, why were his first video games arcade games?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, technically you put those in department stores, but still.
Where are you saying,
Second of
Jumpman?
all, oh yeah, go ahead.
I just said exactly.
Yeah. Second of all, that is not an accurate chronology of what they were getting into when, and in fact, during this period they were expanding their offerings because again, all of those side hustles, his real estate investments, his instant food company, his taxi company, which is not mentioned here, those were Yamauchi ventures. They weren't strictly Nintendo ventures.
Yes,
So-
and there is no. He just suddenly says, "Oh yeah, they do toys now," and
Yeah.
that just kind of comes out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, they've been doing toys for a while. They've been slowly expanding their offerings. And coin-operated amusements, and then later on home consoles, was just another step in this continual expansion. So this wasn't a narrowing of his scope. It was actually a widening of his scope. So that's a misread right there. Yamauchi wanted Nintendo to aggressively get into the video game business, which was really two separate businesses. Hey, good for catching that at least. Home consoles and coin-operated arcade games. You computer people, you get nothing, you lose.
Good day, sir.
Yamauchi saw the potential in these industries and took the necessary steps for Nintendo to enter both.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, not at the same time, but yeah. In 1973, he established Nintendo Leisure System, which is true, a subsidiary devoted to making arcade games. Despite middling results from titles like Wild Gunman and Battle Shark, Yamauchi remained committed to his new vision of Nintendo and continued to allocate a vast amount of resources toward video games.
Of course, the implication is that Wild Gunman is a video game, and that's the whole thing. Even Nintendo doesn't consider it a video game. They consider EVR Race their first video game.
But I will give him credit. Not many people realize that Nintendo Leisure System was actually a separate subsidiary. So, I mean, every so often he gets something interestingly right here. And, of course, our man Komai, who later went to Sega, he obviously didn't know about Komai because he would have made so much about Komai going from Nintendo to Sega.
Yes.
was the guy that was leading that.
Also, he's forgotten about the laser clay system as well.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, you know. Continue.
So, yes. In 1977, Nintendo released a shoebox-sized orange console called the Color TV Game 6, which played 6 slightly different versions of electronic tennis, and it was met with a mixed reception.
Oh, God.
I'll go a little further, though, before we...
Yeah.
Though
Get
the
to the end of
managed,
this, the very end of this, yeah.
Though the console managed to sell 1 million units, it ultimately lost money for Nintendo because of the exorbitant R&D costs. Nevertheless, Yamauchi remained undeterred. Nintendo continued to put out arcade games, striking out with duds like Monkey Magic and Block Fever, and also continued to release home consoles, like the Color TV Game 15, which offered 15 slightly different versions of electronic tennis.
I don't even know how how did you get wrong that the 6 and the 15 were, like, a year apart?
Yeah.
They came out at the same time, they were developed at the same time. The 6 was a loss leader for the 15.
Exactly.
And the numbers is also wrong here.
Yeah, so the numbers come from Chef, and that's been a thing that's been hard to dispel forever. And I'm sure that was a language barrier thing, because in Chef, in Game Over, he says that the Color TV Game 6 and the Color TV Game 15 sold 1 million units each. In fact, newer research from Gorge, etc., shows that they sold 1 million units combined. So that's a little off, but yeah. The 6 was always meant to be a loss leader to prevent them from being undercut on price. The 15 was the star. And yeah, okay,
and they made money.
And they made money. And they were the leader in the console business in Japan at that time. It wasn't a huge business, but they controlled like 80-90% of that market at that time. And while it's true that, you know, Monkey Magic and Block Fever may not have set the world on fire, they actually did have a very sizable hit with Space Fever, which was their Space Invaders clone. They were not completely duds in video games pre-Donkey Kong.
And, you know, the chronology of this is weird because Monkey Magic came out in 1980 or 1981, one of those two.
Yeah, it's a lot later. Yeah, he's all over the place here. In the same way that over 70 years earlier, Fusajiro Yamauchi had changed Nintendo's fortunes by expanding its distribution network, Hiroshi Yamauchi saw the potential in a similar idea. By this point, Nintendo already had penetrated most of Japan, so the company would have to look overseas. With this logic, I'm not quite sure that's what his logic was, but okay, Yamauchi set his sights on the one place where the video game frenzy had started. America. Living in America. But yeah, I mean, that's not true because actually at this time, Japan was in the throes of its own kind of first video game craze, but sure.
Yes.
So anyway, that's all prologue, unless he called that 0, because now we're to 1 of our story in 8 bits, but they're all short sections.
Arakawa.
Yamauchi had already dipped a toe into this red, white, and blue pool of water.
But it could have been a popsicle. You know, like those popsicles where it's like red, white,
God.
you know, maybe it's like that.
Reminds me of what Harrison Ford likes to say he told George Lucas. You can write this stuff. That doesn't mean that people can say it. A few years earlier, and was encouraged by the results. I have no idea what he's talking about. In the late 1970s...
Yeah.
Okay. He's just saying that they'd started making arcade games before Donkey Kong.
I mean, yeah, I guess
No,
he
I
doesn't
know.
touch on here that there was some importing of Nintendo toys into America.
Absolutely. And in fact, the very first mention of Nintendo in Western newspapers that we know of comes from the 50s. So,
I believe there's one from the 30s that
cool.
I found that refers to them as playing. It's not stuff that they brought over, but
Right.
like the Love Tester was brought over, a couple of their other toys. They were by import companies. They weren't licensed to toy companies.
Yeah. But no, this completely glosses over a lot of how Nintendo, I mean, it started with the beam gun games, and then that turned into the laser clay ranges, turned into doing coin-op games, et cetera, et cetera. It misses all of that. It also misses the fact that they were the manufacturers for the gun for the original Magnavox Odyssey.
I think it was good that he avoided that, because then he probably would have said they distributed the Odyssey in Japan.
Yeah, he managed to avoid that one, which is what we call a lie. In the late 1970s, Nintendo had begun working with a trading company that would export arcade cabinets to American distributors, who would in turn sell these games to vendors in the United States. Though the profits from this arrangement were minimal, Yamauchi believed that if he could cut out the trading companies and send over someone he trusted to grow Nintendo's business organically, then there was a lot of money to be made in the land of opportunity.
Land of opportunity.
The American market would be risky, tricky, and perpetually persnickety.
Okay, I don't think he's ever going to explain that, but I think he just wanted to go for the alliteration.
There appeared to be only one man properly equipped for the challenge, Minoru Arakawa, a frustratingly shy but brilliant 34-year-old MIT graduate.
I think he only put that in there because he didn't accept an interview request.
Yeah, I'm sure that's true. And, I don't know that Yamauchi actually thought Arakawa was necessarily the best man for the job. But
he turned out to be a very good pick.
But he was family.
Yes.
Not only did Arakawa possess the insight and intellect to open a U.S. division of Nintendo, but he came from good stock. His family had been running a prominent Kyoto-based textile company since 1886. He was already living in North America. He was selling condominiums for the Marubeni Corporation in Vancouver, and had an incalculable fondness for America. Some of his most cherished memories had come from a post-college cross-country trip he'd taken in a used Volkswagen bus.
Yes, if you ever hear Alex slipping into his German, then know that he lived there for a while.
In every way, Minoru Arakawa appeared to be the perfect candidate, except that he happened to be married to Yamauchi's daughter, Yoko, who blamed Nintendo for turning her father callous. She simply refused to let her husband join Nintendo, as she did not want to watch history repeat itself. It's not that she blamed him for turning her father callous, it's that it consumed him. I think he already had a kind of callous personality, but it consumed his every waking moment. Yamauchi initially proposed the idea to Arakawa in early 1980. Following a pleasant family dinner, Yamauchi spent 2 hours discussing his plans for the expansion of Nintendo and concluded by stating that the success of his plan hinged on Arakawa. The unusual plea intrigued Arakawa, as did the unique potential of Nintendo's upcoming products, including small, calculator-sized handheld games and a new console that would play interchangeable cartridges.
Oh, God, what?
Which had not even started initial specification in 1980. It did not exist.
I can imagine. Yeah, I can imagine that Game & Watch came up in this conversation. But
yes, but yeah, there was the family computer was not even a glimmer in Uemura's eye at this point.
Yes.
Lastly, anticipating his daughter's reluctance, Yamauchi explained that this American division would be a completely independent subsidiary. Arakawa wrestled with the decision, as well as with the objections of his wife, who cautioned him that no matter what he accomplished, he would always be perceived as nothing more than the son-in-law. Perhaps that would be the case, but Arakawa decided that the opportunity was too good to pass up, and in May 1980, he and his wife left Vancouver to start Nintendo of America, NOA. Wasn't it founded in like April?
Yeah, I think so, actually.
Yeah.
If I'm recalling correctly.
Yes. Despite her concerns, Yoko greatly loved and supported her husband. So after the family moved to New Jersey, she formally became NOA's first employee and helped select a location for the new company's office. Arakawa and his wife settled on a small space on the 17th floor of a Manhattan high-rise located in the center of the Toy District at 25th Street and Broadway.
If you want to read about Nintendo's many buildings and whatnot, Kate Willert did a blog post on this subject. It mentions in here that it's the center of the toy industry, but like literally all the toy companies were located in this building. Like,
yes,
that's part of the reason that they were there.
Very interesting. Yeah, no, it's a great blog post, as Kate's work always is. They spent their days at the office and their nights observing games and players at local arcades. They learned a lot this way, but no amount of knowledge could make up for the fact that for Nintendo to gain a foothold in America, they needed to build a strong sales network. So Arakawa set up a meeting with a couple of guys whom he thought might be able to help. Al Stone and Ron Judy.
Woo! Okay, hold on, let me pull them up. Here we go.
Absolutely.
Here's the photo, the money shot right here.
Very good. Very good. Number 2. Or maybe
Stone
Act 2.
and Judy.
Al Stone and Ron Judy.
Well, it's bits. All of these are bits.
Yes,
remember.
that's right. This is the second bit, or is it the third bit because he started from 0 like a programmer would? I don't know. We'll find out at the end. Al Stone and Ron Judy were old friends from the University of Washington, where they had once lived in the same frat house and had been known to embark on promising get-rich-quick schemes together, like buying soon-to-be-discarded local wine cheaply and then reselling it to their college brethren with less sophisticated palates. After graduating, they each moved to separate coasts, Stone to the west, Judy to the east. But eventually, the alchemy of their entrepreneurial relationship pulled them back together. Tired of working for other people, they started a trucking business in Seattle because they liked the changes that were occurring in the transportation industry as a result of deregulation. After founding a company, which they called Chase Express, Stone and Judy proceeded to buy a handful of small trucking companies with the goal of rolling them into one mid-sized trucking company. Shortly thereafter, they learned the true meaning of, quote, easier said than done, unquote. The trucking industry turned out to be too political, too insular, and not quite what these two guys wanted to do for the rest of their lives. So while they continued to invest in Chase Express and hope for a turnaround, they also began looking for alternative business opportunities, ones that did not include 5 axles and 18 wheels. They eventually found their answer, though it still involved big rigs. But unlike their previous venture, this wasn't about the trucks themselves, but rather about what they carried inside. Through a friend in Hawaii, Ron Judy had been informed that a Japanese trading company was seeking a distributor to sell some arcade games made by Nintendo Company Limited, NCL. Intrigued, he agreed to test the waters and received a crate containing a few arcade cabinets of Nintendo's Space Wars.
Nope, wrong name.
Yeah, wrong name.
No.
But, yeah. Though the game was little more than a shameless ripoff of Taito's Space Invaders, weren't they all? Judy got his brother-in-law to place the games in some of the taverns he owned in South Seattle. Much to his delight, the machines were quickly overrun with quarters, which convinced him and Stone that this was their future. They formed a distribution company called Far East Video and used their assets from the trucking industry to travel around the country and sell Nintendo games to bars, arcades, hotel lounges, and pizza parlors.
So what you're saying is they were blue sky operators.
Sort of.
Yeah.
But official ones, in a way. But yes, they were kind of bypassing distribution, perhaps. After experiencing the nation's unquenchable thirst for video games firsthand, Stone and Judy believed they had caught lightning in a bottle. But despite the bottle full of lightning, their bank accounts weren't roaring with thunder.
Oh, God.
You guys should have known what you were in for here.
Yes, when there's no dialogue, it's better, but it is not perfect. The outrageous profits they were making from the arcade cabinets were being canceled out by the trucking company's continuing losses. They decided that it was time to unwind the trucking company and go all in on video games. But to do so, they needed additional financing. and at the time, banks were highly skeptical of this newfangled industry.
Well, actually, they weren't initially. They were dumping a whole bunch of money into it, and then, yeah. But you'll hear about that in the special Arcade Crash episode of the Video Game Newsroom
Indeed.
Time Machine.
This
Episodes.
This left Stone and Judy in an awkward position, not knowing where to turn next, until they got a call from a man named Minoru Arakawa, and things came into focus.
Does Game Over actually explain how he knew them, or like I mean, it's the connection.
I don't remember.
I
I think it's
being
just because I
importing.
think he did just know them though because they were already hawking Nintendo games. Like,
Okay.
you know. I think Game Over says that, but I mean, it's been so long, I could be wrong.
Right.
From Arakawa's perspective, Stone and Judy were a godsend, a pair of hard-nosed entrepreneurs who had already developed a network of sales contacts. He wanted them to stop working for the company that was selling Nintendo games and come work directly for him. For Stone and Judy, this was a no-brainer on a variety of levels. Though their margins would be slightly reduced, this solved their financing dilemma, secured a steady stream of product, and would even get their travel expenses reimbursed. With so much upside for all involved, the only possible way this arrangement wouldn't work out was if Nintendo's upcoming games weren't any good. And unfortunately, that's exactly what happened next. Space Fever, said correctly this time, was followed by Space Launcher, underwhelming, which was followed by Space Firebird, disappointing.
Which Far East Video did not distribute. Well, actually, I believe they did in a couple. Yeah, but
Exidy?
No, that was Gremlin.
No, Gremlin. Sorry, Exidy did Sheriff, and Gremlin did Space Fire.
Well, yeah, it's weird because so Sheriff was also hawked by NOA, I think, as an import.
Mm-hmm.
Because that, like, you have this photo of Stone and Judy. This isn't even the AMOA. This is some distributor meeting of some kind. So Exidy sold Bandito, but there were Sheriff cabinets also sold in the U.S. This is part of the weird thing about NOA at the very start.
Yeah, they were operating, like you said, they were operating a lot like a biz-op company. Which was followed by a slew of unsuccessful non-space themed games.
Like what? I don't know what they imported. Well, I guess they're Sheriff, but
yeah.
But Bandito, I think, did okay. But yeah.
After the string of mediocre misfires, Stone and Judy were ready to quit, and Arakawa couldn't help but reconsider his new vocation. More than ever, Nintendo of America needed a mega hit, like Pong or Pac-Man, to keep the dream alive. And just when it appeared time was running out, Arakawa believed that he'd found what he needed. Radar Scope. At first glance, Radar Scope may have appeared to be just another shoot-'em-up space game, but it distinguished itself with incredibly sharp graphics and an innovative 3D perspective. After receiving positive feedback from test locations around the Seattle area, Arakawa invested much of NOA's remaining resources and ordered 3,000 units. But a few weeks later, before the rest of the arcade cabinets even arrived, Arakawa felt an ominous chill upon revisiting the test locations, where he noticed that nobody was playing Radar Scope. That foreboding feeling was validated after the 3,000 units finally arrived, and Stone and Judy found that operators had little interest in the title. Radar Scope was fun at first, the consensus appeared to be, but it lacked replay value.
All right, who here has played Radar Scope in MAME?
I have not.
No.
No? I've tried it out. It's not really that special. Carl gets on it. He hates it, but he probably hasn't even played it. Yeah,
he probably played some pirated Amiga version.
But yeah, it's not terrible, you know. But
yeah,
obviously it has a hard time standing out in the crowd, and of course, you've said on the podcast before that it was definitely not successful. And then Kate went back in Japan, and then Kate went back and looked at the numbers.
Yeah. I mean, that was Uemura's statement. I mean, I wasn't just,
Right.
you know, that's where I got it from. Uemura said it was a failure in Japan. It was his game. Though obviously the developer is not always entirely in tune to what's actually going on in the real world. So
Yes.
I certainly do trust Kate's numbers.
All right. We are on to bit 3. Miyamoto.
With so much invested in this game, it would be too expensive to send all the bulky arcade cabinets back to Japan and then import something else. The last remaining hope was for a designer in Japan to quickly create a game that would be compatible with Radarscope's infrastructure, and, when finished, send over processors with that new game to America, where in a way employees could swap out the motherboard and then repaint the arcade cabinets to reflect this new game. So,
The
weird
processors.
choices in there. Yeah. It's the whole board, and I don't know why you would call it Radarscope's infrastructure. I mean, yeah, I guess in a way it's infrastructure, but it's like, yes, there's a highway in that cabinet, and we had to make sure, or a railroad, and we had to make sure it was of the same gauge. I mean, you know, it's not technically wrong. It's just kind of weird. This task was given to Shigeru Miyamoto, a floppy-haired, first-time game designer who idealistically believed that video games should be treated with the same respect given to books, movies, and television shows.
Okay, a couple of issues here.
Before you get into them, I just want to point out in my running tally from my Kindle version that description of Miyamoto has been highlighted 252 times by readers.
Oh boy. Yeah. So first of all, he was not given this task, as has been revealed over time. Again, this is something that came out in, well, you know, that was originally reported in Game Over, that Miyamoto was selected for this thing, but he was among many people who submitted something and had a leg up because he had been seen by Gunpei Yokoi as a potential, you know, planner, as they say in Japan, but we should just say designer, really.
Right.
The idea that he had an artistic ambition is giving Miyamoto a lot of credits.
Yeah, exactly. He wanted to be a manga artist, but
yes.
didn't make it in that field. His efforts to elevate the art form were immediately given a boost when he was informed that Nintendo was close to finalizing a licensing deal with King Features. He already had tons of licensing deals with King Features.
Yes.
Enabling him to develop his game around the popular cartoon series Popeye the Sailor Man.
Doot doot.
Jinx. Using those characters, he began crafting a game where Popeye must rescue his beloved Olive Oil by hopping over obstacles tossed in his way by his obese arch-enemy, Bluto.
Is Bluto obese? I thought he was just big.
He's just big-boned. I mean, he's definitely you know, girthy, but I don't know. I think it's mostly supposed to be muscle, but he's got a little belly.
Yeah,
it's got a bit of a belly, and also it may have been Brutus. It's complicated.
Yes,
Bluto Brutus
that's
thing
right.
we can't get into here, but it's complicated.
And I have to note on here, you know, he says the thing about elevating the art form, which I'm presuming is talking about the stage design of Donkey Kong and telling a story.
Right.
Again, Kate's video on Donkey Kong, or Mario Origins.
One of her truly great ones.
Yes.
That one everyone should watch.
Yes, if you have not watched it, you need to watch it 10 times. Thank you. Goodbye. But as noted on there, one of the translated sources that she got a hold of was one of the programmers on Donkey Kong and Ikigami Tsushinki. Whole thing that won't get into it. But one of the things that was noted on there is that the programming team at Ikigami was playing Scramble. And that's where the idea for multiple stages came from.
Yes. Absolutely. Obviously, Miyamoto contributed a lot to this game, but both Yokoi and the programmers contributed a lot more than most people realize.
Yes. And, you know, Kate still has up in the air, you know, some questions like who actually came up with the jump, which she does not answer in the video. I believe in a later stop of the video, she will get more into that question.
Indeed. Meanwhile, as Miyamoto set out to save Inoue, Arakawa wanted to take precautions against something like this happening again. The major takeaway, of course, was to be more attuned to the fickle nature of arcade players.
Fickle.
But there was another lesson here as well. Part of the problem with Radar Scope could be attributed to the long shipping time, about 4 months.
4 months of shipping time? What the hell are you talking about? And I'm pretty sure that the release dates between America and Japan were not that far apart.
Yeah, and the high cost of transporting the arcade cabinets. One way to cut back on both was to find an office closer to Japan, which prompted Arakawa to move Nintendo of America from New York to a warehouse with 3 small offices located at Seattle's Sigali Business Park.
Again, reference Kate's article on this.
Well, yes, and another interesting thing about Kate's article, which we've also seen in the trades, because that's where we all got this from, is that they had their Seattle warehouse before, at the same time that they still had their New York main office. Like, they announced that they were building a warehouse in Seattle well before they announced that they were moving their headquarters from New York to Seattle. So this, of course, still comes from Chef, but I'm sure the thing about the shipping and needing to have a warehouse closer to Japan is probably accurate, but it seems that at first they were just going to build the warehouse. They weren't going to necessarily move their offices.
Yeah, and it makes sense because there wouldn't have been an active warehouse like where they were in the middle of New York City for them to do stuff. And I imagine that it was pretty much like the inventory that they had previous to that was pretty much just being carried by Judy and Stone. However, they were warehousing it. Of course, we can't talk to Al Stone. He's dead. And Ron Judy, I believe, has health problems.
Health problems that have led to a compromised memory. Yes. So yeah, unfortunately, and Arakawa is obviously still out there, but very rarely talks to anyone about anything. Though occasionally he does. It's not entirely impossible.
Yes.
So there you have it. Shortly after the cross-country move, shipments containing the code for Miyamoto's new game began to arrive.
I like the idea that it's just like, floppy disks.
Like, here's the code, guys. Now start
Type
flipping those toggle switches and input it all in.
In hex.
In hex, that's right. Due to last-minute negotiation issues with King Features, Nintendo had lost the rights to Popeye, which forced Miyamoto to come up with something else.
Again, refer to Kate's video. It was likely not a loss of the license. It very likely, according to court testimony, had to do with not being able to make the characters look right.
Exactly. As a result, Arakawa, Stone, Judy, and a handful of warehouse employees didn't know what to expect. They inserted the new processor. He keeps saying this.
Yes.
It's not the processor. A processor does not come preloaded with an arcade game on it. It doesn't work that way.
It's not a Raspberry Pi.
Yeah. Into one of the thousands of unsold Radarscope machines, and then watched the lights flicker as the words Donkey Kong came to life on the arcade screen. The initial impression was that this was a silly game with an even sillier name. On second thought, let's not go to Donkey Kong. It is a silly place. Who would possibly want to play a game where a tiny red plumber, he was a carpenter, must rescue his beloved princess, she was not a princess, by hopping over obstacles tossed in his way by an obese gorilla? He was a pretty normal-sized gorilla. That's just cruel. Okay, gorillas are big guys, okay? He can't help it that he's a gorilla. Man, there's a lot of fat shaming. I didn't realize how much fat shaming was in this book. Yet with no remaining options, Stone and Judy set out across the country to sell this wacky thing called Donkey Kong.
At least he doesn't repeat the thing from Chef of that Al Stone had to go drink after hearing the name.
Right. And, while yes, they were initially put off by it for these reasons, they did test it locally. By the time they were starting to sell it, they had some idea that, okay, maybe this is actually going to work out. Because it did very well on test.
Yeah, there was one particular pizza parlor that they tested it at. And I forget where that story is told, but yeah.
Seemingly overnight, it turned into the hottest game of the year. And eventually, it became the most important arcade game of all time.
Yours says important, huh?
Oh, yeah. So I am reading off of my own Kindle copy. So I know there's a copy on stream. And it's possible that in some places our copy will slightly differ for that reason. So ours
says the most popular arcade game of all time. Which, of course, is patently false.
Then I misspoke. Mine does say popular. Sorry about that.
Well, it's patently
the
false.
most popular arcade game of all time. That is, how even does one begin to go there? I don't know.
Important, at least you could make an argument, though. We put in several arcade games in the video game notables before Donkey Kong. So
yeah, I mean, I don't know. What I mean is, some of the stuff that he has in here is stuff that he's getting from older sources. So like, where it comes from, even if it's not accurate. But this makes no sense whatsoever.
They always say Pac-Man, and in a sense, Miss Pac-Man might be considered more popular, but
yeah, and worldwide, Space Invaders trumps them all.
Yeah,
not in the U.S., but worldwide.
Yeah.
Never before had there been a quarter magnet quite like Donkey Kong. No. It was so successful, in fact, that it eventually attracted the attention of a major Hollywood studio, which is strangely not named, whose high-priced legal team, he probably was hoping Universal would make his... whose high-priced legal team believed that the game violated copyrights, and they threatened to crush Nintendo.
I have to just mention, Entei said the most important arcade game is Ramtech Baseball.
Very good. It's good to have an audience who understands what's going on here. To avoid this potentially crippling blow, Arakawa turned to the only lawyer he knew in Seattle. Doubtful. Howard Lincoln. An elegant, I don't know, imposing, not really, former naval attorney, true, with the claim to fame of having modeled for Norman Rockwell's painting The Scoutmaster when he was a child. Also true.
Yeah, the only lawyer he knew in Seattle is also very false, because they were already there's a legal team when you go to somebody. They did not go to this is not the first thing that they went to this firm for, because they were pursuing Donkey Kong counterfeits, which I need to finish scanning that case sometime because it is pretty interesting. Though Nintendo had a lot of it sealed, as they do.
That's just really weird. And I want to say, Howard Lincoln was an incredible, tenacious lawyer, but I would not call him elegant or imposing.
As a man who has interviewed him.
Imposing as a legal mind, yes, but imposing as in, he walks into a room and everyone shrinks back. No.
Hold on, let me pull up the Lincoln photo here. Here we go.
But still a very tenacious and capable legal mind. That is not to denigrate him. It's just to say that this description of him strikes me as a little weird.
Yes. Bit 4. Lincoln.
Lincoln had first crossed paths with Arakawa about 1 year earlier when his clients, Al Stone and Ron Judy, needed him to review their contract with Nintendo of America. They went to him because they needed to incorporate.
Yes.
But after that, Lincoln slowly but surely took on the role of Arakawa's conciliary, weighing in on any matter with legal ramifications.
I'm very glad that you read that, because I would have screwed it up.
Which in corporate America was just about everything. As Nintendo of America grew, Lincoln drew up new employment agreements. Stone became NOA's VP of Sales and Judy NOA's VP of Marketing. Looked at various business deals. Arakawa was interested in buying the franchise rights to Chuck E. Cheese Pizza Time Theater.
And they did.
Well, yeah, but they weren't buying the franchise rights. They bought a franchise Buying the franchise rights would mean that they had the right to then sell franchises
right.
to other people, which is not what they had. And handled some tough matters, like sicking the U.S. Marshals on bootleggers to take down rings of Donkey Kong counterfeiters.
Now, as Entei pointed out in the thing, technically Crazy Kong was not a counterfeit.
Correct. It was a parallel import not authorized for sale in North America.
Yes.
Through it all, Lincoln and Arakawa had forged an unshakable lifelong friendship. Which is why Lincoln was the first person Arakawa contacted when, in April 1982, MCA Universal...
Look, they named it.
They did this time. Sent a telex to NCL. I guess it was to build suspense. That at the time he decided not to tell us whose upper arm was broken. To NCL, explaining that Nintendo had 48 hours to hand over all profits from Donkey Kong due to the game's copyright infringement on their 1933 classic movie, King Kong.
Burr, burr.
To sort this out, Lincoln and Arakawa flew out to Los Angeles for a meeting with the movie studio. It didn't take long for them to realize that this was a high-stakes shakedown. Though never explicit, Universal's ultimatum was simple. Settle this, or we'll make life at tiny Nintendo so difficult that the company will have to fold. With Nintendo's fate once again on the line, the prudent thing to do was pay the ransom. Shakedown and ransom are two different things.
Yes.
But Lincoln believed he could win this thing. And not just win, but actually get Universal to pay damages to Nintendo.
I don't think that's what he was thinking.
No, so at that moment, according to Game Over, which I think is accurate, at that moment, he thought it was really weird how Universal was trying to railroad them. And that just got his mind thinking that if they're trying this hard to railroad us, there must be some reason they don't want us to look into this further. So at this point, he just thought there was something off. He didn't think, oh, we got this. It was a risky call, but Arakawa was forever willing to gamble on Howard Lincoln. As a result, they decided to take on the movie moguls at MCA Universal, and in true Nintendo spirit, leave luck to heaven. And Howard.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's... As a trial neared, Universal didn't just go after Nintendo, but also went after those who had licensed the game. Unlike Nintendo, however, these licensees, Atari, Coleco, and Ruby Spears, they actually went after Coleco first, before Nintendo, weren't willing to take the same gamble, and all opted for settlement. Even with these threats, plus a barrage of cease and desist letters from Universal, Lincoln remained confident. Part of this was personality, but a larger part was the ace tucked away up his sleeve. In all of his research, there didn't appear to be a single document indicating that Universal had trademarked King Kong.
Well, that would have been completely wrong.
Yeah. There was no doubt, of course, that they had made the movie. Actually, they didn't.
No.
But Lincoln believed that they had failed to take the necessary measures to own what they thought they owned.
Oh,
actually not what happened.
Yeah.
And that the famous gorilla belonged to public domain. And in early 1983, when both parties revealed their cards, Judge Robert W. Sweet sided with Nintendo. He concluded that they had not infringed, and as Lincoln had predicted earlier, he awarded Nintendo over $1 million in legal fees and damages.
Oh boy.
I don't remember the entire legal story off the top of my head.
We don't need to go into it.
We won't go into I'm not going to go into all of it. But basically, all of this here is wrong, because what happened is King Kong was actually based on a book, and it was actually made by RKO, not Universal. And there was some shenanigans with the books that caused things to not get copyrighted. The copyright didn't get transferred properly at some point in the books. It's about the books, not the movie. And so King Kong ended up in the public domain. Universal then wanted, Dino De Laurentiis wanted to remake King Kong in the 70s, which meant that these rights issues had to be cleared up. And so at that time, Universal itself actually argued that King Kong was in the public domain and won. which is why they were able to make their remake with Dino De Laurentiis. So the reason Nintendo was awarded the damages is that Universal not only knew it was in the public domain, but explicitly argued in court that it was in the public domain, and then basically tried to conceal that fact from Nintendo to shake them down for money. That's why they were awarded all of that stuff.
Also, if you've not seen these photos before, these are fun. This is actually when they went to the courthouse to demonstrate in the New York District Court.
Very cool. So
taken by Jerry Momoda, who will not be appearing in this book.
Yeah, unsung hero of Nintendo.
Yes, and in Game Over, his role is specifically given to Howard Lincoln, or Howard Phillips. Of course, we get this thing wrong again. But later on in the book we'll be meeting. But he is the guy who played Donkey Kong before the court. That's why he was there.
Yep. So everything about the court case here, except for the fact that Nintendo won, is completely wrong.
Yes.
The Donkey Kong fiasco turned feat, that's a weird term to phrase, caused many ripples. But 3 waves in particular, ripples and waves are different things, were instrumental in creating the eventual tsunami. Oh god, this metaphor is still happening. That would be Nintendo. That's insensitive to Japanese victims of tsunamis, but okay. First, Lincoln became Inoue's senior vice president, officially making him the yin to Arakawa's yang.
What?
Yeah. Second, these events foreshadowed an aggressive, litigious nature that many would say later defined the company. Also, shout out to John Kirby, the actual trial lawyer, who is also not going to be mentioned here. And third, the verdict kept the Donkey Kong cash flowing, which provided Nintendo with a war chest of funds at what would soon prove to be a very crucial time.
Bit 5, Borofsky and Associates.
And before we start this section, I do want to give credit to Blake Harris where credit is due as well. This next section was revelatory and introduced us to a major player that we would have known almost nothing about without Blake's input. And Blake also interviewed him, and he passed away soon after. So all kudos to Blake for uncovering the Borofsky of it all.
Yes, we'll have some things to talk about in this section.
Yes. By the early 1980s, the video game bonanza had become so lucrative that everyone wanted in on the action. This included companies that had no business entering the market, like Purina, whose Chase the Chuck Wagon was designed to help promote their Chuck Wagon brand of dog food. Okay?
Mike Schwartz!
So I say this every time, okay? But I have to say it here too. This was not a retail game. This was just a little promotional thing where you could mail in proofs of purchase to get a stupid little game. Remember when Burger King made Sneak King? That's what this is. Like, it's not an actual retail game, and Purina was not entering the video game business. It was just, hey, here's a promotional thing. Have fun.
Yes, and as I said, shout out to Mr. Mike Schwartz, wonderful guy who made this game in like 2 days.
Yes. And for a game made in 2 days, it's pretty darn amazing. I mean, I'm not saying it's great, but I'm just saying for 2 days, yeah, that's pretty good. Companies that didn't quite understand the market, like Dunhill Electronics, whose tax avoiders allowed players to jockey past a maze of evil accountants and onerous IRS agents.
Was Dunhill Electronics actually the publisher of this? I don't think so.
I have no idea.
I think they're a distributor of some kind.
Yeah. And lowbrow companies that set out to polarize the market, like Mystique, whose flair for pornographic titles was highlighted by their 1982 anti-classic Custer's Revenge, which follows a naked cowboy, well, kind of a naked 7th Cavalry officer,
yes,
but, on his quest to rape Native American women.
Another shout out to Kate Willert.
Yeah, read, this is vaguely accurate, but not entirely, and this is another one of Kate's greatest hits, and that all the information's there. With games like these becoming more and more common, most games were actually not like that. But believe it or not, there were not a lot of naked cowboy raping people clone games in the wake of Custer's Revenge. The marketplace was overrun by a glut of smut, muck, and mediocrity. Except not really. Mediocrity, yes. Smut and muck, not
There were a lot
so
of
much.
space shooters.
There were a lot of space shooters and maze games. Very few of them had smut, though there was beat 'em and eat 'em.
Which is also, Mystique label.
Indeed. What once was hot now was cold. And just like that, the North American video game industry ground to a halt. Hardware companies like Atari went bankrupt. It did not. Software companies like Sega were sold for pennies on the dollar.
Okay.
It was not.
Yeah.
And retailers like Sears vowed never to make the same mistake again. Probably true.
Yeah, the Sega thing doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And like they were in the cartridge market, but
that is not why they were why they were sold. And of course, Atari did not go bankrupt.
Yes,
it lost lots of money, but it did not go bankrupt. Meanwhile, as the gods of this golden age were thrown overboard, that is a really strange metaphor, Nintendo quietly glided through the bloody waters on a gorilla-shaped raft.
What?
That is...
Why would you shape a raft like a gorilla?
That is a disturbing image. I want to commission an AI art piece. I want to put into an AI image program, gods of golden age thrown overboard while gorilla-shaped raft glides through bloody waters, and see what it comes up.
There we go.
Would be delightful.
All right, that's your task, anybody who's watching this.
The continuing cash flow from Donkey Kong, not by 1983,
no.
Enabled
especially
Arakawa
not
Stone...
Donkey Kong 3.
Yeah. No, I mean, Donkey Kong was not only done by this point, it was obviously very successful, but the industry moves on. Donkey Kong was not only done by this point, not only was Donkey Kong Jr. mostly done by this point, but they actually had an excess of Donkey Kongs, not a huge excess, that they ended up disassembling. They had around 1,000 units that they couldn't sell, and they disassembled. So, yeah, there was not a continuing cash flow from Donkey Kong. Enabled Arakawa, Stone, Judy, and Lincoln, the only people working at Nintendo of America,
of course,
to dream of a new world order. One where Inoue miraculously resurrected the industry and Nintendo reigned supreme. That's exactly what they were doing in 1983. Not now, perhaps, but one day, soon. That's a bit much. I probably was just glossing over all of this faux drama when I read the...
You were excited for reasons.
Yeah. I mean, this language is... in Japan, however, that time had already come. Yamauchi's large investment in R&D had paid off once again.
Which you did not mention earlier, but whatever. Yeah.
Right. What large investment in R&D? I mean, there was one, but not mentioned. This time resulting in the family computer.
Hooray! They said it right.
The Famicom.
Bro.
Yes. The Famicom, as it was commonly called, and I do appreciate that he distinguished between the official name and the name it was commonly called, was an 8-bit console that stood head and shoulders above anything else that had ever come before. I mean, maybe heads above. I don't know about heads and shoulders. ColecoVision's okay. Since Japan's conservative markets had avoided any sort of gaming crash, I don't think that's really why. The Famicom was released in July 1983 along with 3 games, Donkey Kong, Donkey Kong Jr., and Popeye, which Miyamoto ended up designing after licensing negotiations got back on track.
That should really be in a parentheses.
Right. This could have been a footnote. The Famicom stumbled out of the gate, but was soon rescued by heavy advertising, consumer recognition that Nintendo had achieved, a new echelon. Sorry, by heavy, there's
heavy advertising and the release.
Okay, so mine does not have that. This time I am not misreading what's here. There's words missing in my copy. Let me bring up your...
What? Okay, weird.
I don't have the stream copy up. So let me... was soon rescued by heavy advertising and the release that September. That's wrong.
No, September's right. Well, not that September.
No, not that September.
Yeah, right.
So
right.
I think what happened here, I think mine because I think the Kindle one gets updated periodically.
Right.
I think what happened here is he ripped out the incorrect thing about Super Mario Brothers, but he didn't fix all the language around it. And so what I have is the Famicom stumbled out of the gate, but was soon rescued by heavy advertising, consumer recognition that Nintendo had achieved a new echelon of gaming. So he ripped out some stuff and made it worse. That's bizarre. It didn't stumble out of the gate.
No.
Obviously, the Super Mario Brothers thing is wrong, though he did take that out of subsequent editions, but then replaced it with gibberish. So I don't know. Things looked promising. I thought you said it stumbled out of the gate until it was discovered that some consoles contained a bad chipset. No, not some consoles. The chipset was not bad. There was just a bug that manifested in one particular game in one particular instance, and they decided they had to replace everything, but it wasn't some bad chipsets, causing certain games, to freeze. Instead of simply issuing fixes to customers with faulty systems, which would have been impossible, Nintendo issued a full product recall. Tens of millions of dollars were lost due to this approach.
I don't think tens of millions. That doesn't make any
I
sense.
have no idea. Yeah. I mean, I couldn't prove it, but that seems high. But Yamauchi believed it was a small price to pay to retain a peerless, quality-centric reputation. His gamble paid off, and soon Nintendo's factory couldn't keep up with the demand.
Question. I thought this recall had to do with the Famicom controller, and that's why there was originally the square buttons and the move to the circle ones.
That was not the reason why that was just
Yeah.
a thing that they did while they were redesigning it.
Yeah, they figured out that the square buttons were very uncomfortable, and of course, and so they did replace them. But yeah, it was a problem. Was it baseball?
I mean, that's what you said.
Games.
Yeah, what you said in the podcast, that it was baseball.
Right.
What the lines were disappearing.
Yeah, there was like this very specific weird thing that happened in one game, and I think that's from Gorge, but it's from some. It may be from the Nikkei making of the Famicom article too. It's from some reputable source, but yeah, it was like something in baseball that just didn't work right, and could have obviously manifested in future games too, and so they did it.
So they made because they were doing this recall, they made a couple of changes. I believe they also lengthened the controller cables.
Yes,
at that time.
Yes, they lengthened the cables and they changed the square buttons to round. Yeah.
Though the exact timing of this is a little bit confusing, because But anyways, we won't get off on Famicom differences.
Indeed.
Stuff. Yeah.
As sales soared to staggering heights, Yamauchi pressured his son-in-law to introduce the Famicom in America. I mean, I think no, but
especially because they were already negotiating.
They were negotiating like directly in Japan. It's not like Nintendo negotiated with in a way they negotiated with
well,
NCL.
I mean, they were involved.
Well, of course they were involved, but I mean, it's not like they were serving as go-betweens. Like they were negotiating directly with NCL.
Yes.
Arakawa resisted, exercising patience. The U.S. market was still licking its wounds from the video game crash, and releasing the right console at the wrong time would be a recipe for disaster. For this reason, he continued to rebuff the suggestion, no mention of the Atari deal, until 1984, when he was finally willing to consider the notion. But only if the console Nintendo of America sold looked nothing like a console at all.
Interestingly, on the last episode of the Video Game Newsroom Time Machine, it was noted that Nintendo was considering showing it at the June 1984 CES, but that does not actually happen.
Yes.
Ken! Hello,
Hey!
Ken! Welcome. You'll probably take some time. Indeed.
Our Sega expert is just in time for nothing but Nintendo. But he also wrote a book on Nintendo.
The first one, and this damn adult thing, I hate it. Don't ever do it.
Indeed.
I hear that.
Yes. For those who don't know, Mr. Ken Horowitz, the proprietor of Sega16.com, wonderful website. Also, probably a large reason why Blake Harris wrote this book, because he very extensively interviewed Kalinske about his legacy back in the day.
Indeed.
He certainly mined the interviews names.
Yes.
Indeed. This wolf in sheep's clothing logic led to the Advanced Video System, AVS. Though the guts of this machine were nearly identical to the Famicom's, the
It was
AVS
identical because,
Yeah,
well,
I mean,
well,
yeah.
actually, there was no guts to the machine because
Well,
it was under the table. Yes.
It was a fake, yes. The AVS hardly resembled its foreign relative. I mean, it didn't resemble it at all, but okay. I mean, I guess the number of buttons were the same. Functionally, it came with a computer keyboard, a musical keyboard, and a cassette recorder.
It didn't come with anything.
I mean, it was displayed with such. Aesthetically, it was slim and sleek, with subdued gray coloring that contrasted sharply with the Famicom's peppy red and white palettes.
Let's see. Does this count as subdued? Hold on. I need to pull up my AVS stuff.
Yeah. Of course, this was an 85, not an 84, but yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I guess that's subdued.
Okay, no, and they say that actually. They say that it was introduced in 85 coming up. So obviously they were doing some of these
well, your copy is changed again.
Oh, you're right. It is changed. It is updated. It is going to say 85 in a second here, not 84. Very interesting. Nintendo's AVS, the non-console console, was first introduced at the 1985, according to my copy, Winter Consumer Electronics Show, where it was accompanied by a brochure that proclaimed, quote, "The evolution of a species is now complete."
We definitely have this one. There we go.
There it is.
Yes, all from the Video Game History Foundation collection, who scanned this in ridiculous quality. Thank you, Frank et al.
Though
Steve Lynn, I believe.
Very obviously that was distributed before the show because it says come see it during the show. So of the thousands of companies there who had rented booths to showcase upcoming products.
There's no way that there was 1,000 companies in that hall.
I mean, CES maybe. I mean, that's across every type of product, not
but I still don't think it's even 1,000. Definitely not thousands, 2,000 that way.
Well, yeah, probably not. But it sounds more impressive that way. Just go with it. Of the thousands of companies there who had rented booths to showcase upcoming products, Nintendo was the only one who wasn't trying to sell theirs.
What the hell?
So, fun fact, actually, almost nobody is selling at the Winter Consumer Electronics Show. The Winter Consumer Electronics Show is where you bring your pie-in-the-sky prototypes to gauge buyer interest. And then it's the June CES where you typically actually take orders.
Yeah.
So I think it's fair to say there were a lot of companies there not trying to sell product.
Yeah. And yeah, this is something, especially if you're looking at like unreleased games and whatnot. A lot of them are shown in Vegas, not in Chicago in the CES times.
Exactly. Arakawa simply wanted to gauge the market reaction, which is what literally everybody does at the Winter CES. So, which was as distressing as he had feared. Nothing but scoffs, sighs, and sob stories.
I bought a video game, and then I lost my job.
I have this job because my boss bought too many video games, and he threw himself out a window and committed suicide, and they promoted me. Nobody there wanted anything to do with Nintendo, except for a tanned man with piercing blue eyes who stared at the advanced video system as if it were the legendary sword in the stone.
Oh, God.
He then introduced himself with an understated sureness that would have made even King Arthur jealous.
Oh my
because you know King Arthur was just always going for
God,
understated sureness in everything he did.
And I just ate.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you.
Oh my God.
His name was Sam Borofsky.
1 sec, let me pull this up. There we go. Here's the man.
I do feel pierced.
Oh boy.
Borofsky ran Sam Borofsky Associates, a marketing and sales representative firm based in Manhattan. The purpose of such a firm is, essentially, to serve as the go-between for suppliers and retailers, with the logic being that the commission they take is offset by the additional opportunities they create. Well, no, the commission they take is a lot cheaper than paying a salesperson to monitor a market for you. It's not the additional opportunities. And when it came to doing that for consumer electronics, Sam Borofsky Associates was one of the best in the business. Back in the late 70s, they became one of the first firms to represent video games. And at the height of the boom, they had been responsible for over 30% of Atari's sales. Obviously, that number comes directly from Borofsky to Harris, who did interview him. And it may be true. I mean, so I've talked to Atari salespeople, and they definitely remembered Borofsky as one of their major reps. So, I mean, he was a big deal. Whether it was really 30%, I don't know.
An interesting connection here as well is that Borofsky, I don't know if he was ever considered to come into Atari or if that was ever part of his interest, but there was basically 3 guys who were working at a calculator company. One was Sam Borofsky, one was Malcolm Kuhn, who was Atari's consumer head of manufacturing initially. Sales. And then there was Jim Croak, who came in to be kind of the chief guy on the ground salesman under Malcolm Kuhn. So I talked to Jim Croak recently, and he told me about how he knew Borofsky. Actually, didn't know he was dead, surprisingly enough. But Borofsky, Kuhn, and Croak came from the same company.
Yep. And we actually it was actually in the personals in Weekly Television Digest, exactly when he left to found his rep company. They actually mentioned it, which I thought was funny. If Nintendo of America ever wanted retailers to reopen their doors, then these were the guys who ought to do the knocking. From Borofsky's end, the attraction was equally strong. Ever since Atari had imploded, he'd been scouring the country in search of the next big thing. And as he reviewed what Nintendo had to offer, he believed he had found it. So, interesting thing. I mean, Borofsky was clearly involved, but I have interviewed both Bruce Lowry and Gail Tilden, who were also involved in the sales and marketing. I mean, Lowry was head of sales and Tilden was head of advertising, and they were both involved in the New York launch. They both remember Borofsky being there. They don't remember him being the be-all and end-all that made the New York test launch happen. So it's possible that the salesman Borofsky was engaging in a little sales puffery with Harris. Just saying. Arakawa, however, still needed convincing, which Borofsky was happy to provide. He spent months detailing Atari's pitfalls, like oversaturation, coming up with solutions for those problems. Always, no matter what, under-deliver on orders, and outlining plans for a proposed launch. Meanwhile, Nintendo of America put another new costume on the Famicom, this time dressing it up as an all-in-one entertainment center for kids. The result of the rebranding effort was a clunky gray lunchbox-like contraption. And along with that, a new lexicon to differentiate it from its predecessors. Cartridges were now dubbed game packs. The hardware was dubbed the control deck. And the entire video game console was rechristened the Nintendo Entertainment System.
Now you're playing with power.
And to round out the renovation, the NES came with a pair of groundbreaking peripherals. A slick light zapper gun. No one had ever seen a light gun on a video game console before. And an amiable interactive robot named Rob.
Yes, very amiable.
Extremely revolutionary, too. He revolutionized, what, the 2 games he was compatible with?
That's right. With all the pieces in place, Borofsky finally persuaded Arakawa that now was the time to strike, and that he was the man to lead the charge. So yeah, like I said, I'm sure he was involved, and I'm sure he did some of those things. I'm sure he was also more important in his own mind than he probably actually was. Because he was there, but like the Nintendo people that I interviewed were like, he was there, sure.
And
but,
the people at Nintendo credit the person who said, go to New York, being Yamauchi.
Indeed. Upon receiving the green light, Borofsky begged, pleaded, and haggled with retailers all over New York. From Crazy Eddie and The Wiz to Macy's and Gimbel's, he reached out to them all. If and when a retailer was finally willing to consider Nintendo, Borofsky would head over there with his trusted associate, Randy Pertzman, the man with the 26-inch suitcase. Suitcase, don't get excited. Pertzman was Borofsky's VP of sales. What was that?
Is that what he calls it? That's his nickname for it? Suitcase.
I mean,
right. It's not in quotes. So I think this time a cigar is just a cigar. Pertzman was Borofsky, or a suitcase, I suppose. Pertzman was Borofsky's VP of sales, a gritty but graceful Bronx-born salesman who operated with an unwavering tell-it-how-it-is attitude. As the go-to guy for demonstrations and presentations, he was entrusted with Nintendo of America's first prototype of the NES, which he gently packed into the soft foam cutouts of a 26-inch hard-sided gray suitcase.
So my question here is then, like, what did they show at the summer CES if that was not their...
Yeah, exactly. And so here's the thing. I'm sure Pertzman was on the ground some. I mean, he must have been because they were using everybody. But Lowry also gave sales presentations. He was the VP of sales, and he told me about some of his sales presentations. So it's not like they just had Borofsky and Pertzman going around to everybody and only them. Like, Lowry got Toys R Us. With the suitcase in hand, he would pinball around the city, visiting distrustful retailers, intent upon proving that his luggage would trump their baggage.
I got the NES and the ROB. Are you interested or not?
What's that? They're not going to sell a system? We'll send a couple.
I've got something here that just might interest you.
What are you buying?
Can't refuse.
Oh, jeez. Eventually.
This like gun ain't fake, pal. I hear yes or else.
Eventually, Pertzman, Borofsky, and his tireless associates persuaded retailers to gamble on Nintendo and to stock the NES in time for the coveted Christmas season. I mean, yeah, Nintendo eventually guaranteed that they would take back all unsold inventory.
Well,
so retailers were like, why the hell not? It's free inventory.
Well, didn't you... I remember when you did the podcast on this that you were skeptical of that claim.
That sounds right. I think Lowry might have said that he wasn't sure that happened, if I remember correctly. The orders came in dribs and drabs at first, but by late 1985, the numbers were slowly beginning to add up. Then it was time for Nintendo's ultimate test, the product launch. If things went well, the NES would be rolled out nationwide the following year. But if things went poorly, the Nintendo of America would forget about consoles once and for all.
That would be a bad decision because they had nothing else. I mean, they had their arcade stuff going, but yeah, they needed to get into the consumer market. Otherwise, they weren't going anywhere.
Yes.
Okay, we are on bit 6. The Bruces.
That just reminds me of Monty Python as well. You know, the Philosopher's Drinking song, All the Bruces. Hey, Bruce! Oh, Bruce!
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, man, your Kent was a real percent who was very, really stable. Yeah.
I digger was a boozy fellow who could drink you under the table.
I can't remember the bloody rest.
And Wittgenstein was and Hegel and Wittgenstein was a beery swine who was just a schloster Schlegel. Yes, I do.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Now we'll get a copyright strike. As the test launch approached, things did not look promising. Focus groups suggested that the NES would be a colossal flop. Gail Tilden, if I recall correctly, remembered that they did have some focus groups that were a little bit, maybe slightly negative, but that they weren't actually that, worried about the focus groups. This is, again, something from Game Over, the thing about the focus groups. Tilden remembers those not being such a big deal, but Who knows? That's just one perspective. Rob kept malfunctioning during Parrotsman's pitches, and the press showed no interest in covering Nintendo, leading one employee to suggest a publicity stunt that involved throwing a fleet of Robs off the Brooklyn Bridge. Arakawa, however, remained undeterred. He temporarily relocated a handful of employees to the East Coast after leasing a warehouse in Hackensack, New Jersey, where Nintendo could house inventory, build in-store displays, and, most important, resemble a legitimate company to still skeptical retailers, because nothing in New York City says legitimate business like having a warehouse in Hackensack, New Jersey.
Yes. New Yorkers get down on the New Jerseyans.
I'm just saying, that sounds like a mob outfit to me. To keep tabs on the progress, Ron Judy made frequent visits to New York, often accompanied by Bruce Lowry, Inoue's bright and blustery VP of Sales. After making a name for himself at Pioneer Electronics, Lowry had joined Inoue in April 1981 to launch a new consumer division. Though arcade games were and would be Nintendo's bread and butter, Arakawa wanted to supplement that income with Game & Watch, a line of wallet-sized handheld games that played on tiny LCD screens. Yeah. Calculator size, not wallet size. Unlike the electronics Lowry had sold at Pioneer, the Game & Watch titles were targeted at children, which prompted Lowry to become familiar with the toy industry. Because of his entree into that world and his understanding of its nuances, such as the fact that regardless of when toy buyers ordered product, they didn't have to pay until December 10th of that year.
December 10th billing!
Lowry was occasionally able to help Borofsky persuade the big toy chains. At the top of their wish list was Toys R Us, whose eventual decision to stock the NES provided Nintendo with much-needed momentum going into the launch. On the morning of the big day, the Nintendo of America team gathered at FAO Schwartz, where Nintendo had paid for an elaborate window display and an attractive floor space that featured a small mountain of televisions with game footage playing. The moment of truth had finally arrived.
I don't think that's a mountain. I believe this is FAO Schwartz. These are photos from Howard Phillips. I believe this is FAO Schwartz, because that would make sense.
Yeah, could be. And one of the FAO Schwartz employees was future Marvel editor-in-chief Joe Quesada, where Nintendo had paid for an elaborate window display and an attractive floor space that featured a small mountain, it's in the book, it's got to be true, of televisions with game footage playing. The moment of truth had finally arrived, and within moments of the store's opening, an excited customer eagerly approached the display, grabbing an NES and all 15 of its games.
Oh boy, here we go.
That's not possible because 2 of them were in the box. There were only 13 additional games.
Oh, I thought there were 17 there at the launch.
No, you're probably right. You're probably right.
It might be 15. It was weird. It was interesting because the mention on Video Game Newsroom Time Machine actually did say 15 games, which at the time Super Mario Brothers wasn't out, so they would have to have, actually quite a few of the games that were black box games were not out, so they would have had to change them out for a lot of different games.
The Inoue team looked on, watching everything they had been working toward so suddenly come to fruition. It was a dream come true, until they were snapped back to reality upon learning that customer number 1 was actually just a competitor doing his due diligence. Nevertheless, that invincible feeling would soon come again, many times over.
What does that mean?
Anyway.
What? I don't understand. What does that mean? Like a competing toy store? Like,
I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah, that is weird.
That Christmas, the NES was available in over 500 stores. Though no staggering success, Nintendo managed to sell half of the 100,000 units they'd stocked in stores, which effectively proved to the world that the video game industry was not dead, but had simply been hibernating. So, this is a thing. I think Chef says that or does he say 90? I don't know. There's some sources that say they sold half. Nintendo itself always, at the time, told everyone they sold 90,000 out of 100,000. Like, it was in their official literature that they were using when they were starting their test market in LA. They had brochures that said they sold 90,000 units. So, I don't know. Obviously, they could be counting stuff that they didn't have to take back. It could have been sell in, not sell through. I don't know. I don't care. But I'm not convinced there's a reputable source for that 50,000 number. Not saying the 90,000 number is 100% reputable, but I'm not sure there is a good source for the 50,000. Nintendo of America was so overcome by the results. Oh, I'm getting the vapors. That Lincoln paid Borofsky the ultimate compliment. For what you've done for Nintendo, you will be with us forever unless you commit a crime or we go out of business. It's a made man. Borofsky let this sink in and then prepared to roll out the NES nationwide.
Dude, I'm not sure how involved he was with that.
Well, he wasn't, and I think they're coming to that. I think Harris does come to that, is what I mean. Next up, Los Angeles. But that's when things got complicated.
Uh-oh. Ding, ding, dong, dong, dong.
With Nintendo expanding, the company wanted to beef up its sales force and hire a handful of regional sales managers. Because New York was the center of the toy universe, the East Coast would be the most important region. Naturally, Nintendo wanted Sam Borofsky to take the role and come in-house, following in the footsteps of Stone, Judy, and Lincoln. Borofsky, however, wished to remain independent. He didn't want to restrict himself to representing a single region or company. This came as no big surprise, but Nintendo still wanted someone who could handle the task, so they targeted Pertzman, who gladly accepted the opportunity.
Yes, Jim Croak also told me that he later went into business with Borofsky. I believe not at Sam Borofsky Associates, but they later went into another sales rep business as well.
Very interesting. Borofsky understood Pertzman's decision to leave his company for NOA, but it led to an awkward situation in which his former employee was now his client. I'm sure that had never happened before in the history of sales. The situation became even more tenuous when Arakawa hired Worlds of Wonder, the toy maker famous for Teddy Ruxpin and Laser Tag, to launch the NES around the country. Borofsky was under the assumption that after New York, his firm would get the full business. But Arakawa had interpreted the relationship differently. I am altering the deal. Pray I do not alter it further. Feeling bad about the misunderstanding and trying to mend fences, Arakawa gave Borofsky much of the tri-state area. Though the situation was not ideal, this compromise was enough to satisfy both parties and prevent anyone from jumping ship. The same could not be said, however, about Bruce Lowry.
Who was already in Nintendo, so.
Yes. The spotlight of success in New York caught the attention of other Japanese video game companies with an interest in following Nintendo's lead. One of these would-be competitors was Sega, who had just released their own console on the heels of the Famicom's success. After Nintendo had shown that the video game market was still viable in America, Sega hired away Lowry to launch their 8-bit Master System and go head-to-head with the NES. To replace Lowry, NOA brought in a new Bruce, one they believed to be of equal or greater value. Bruce Donaldson.
They were counting it out. Just be like,
That's right. There's a whole formula.
Yes.
They did a mathematical proof that showed this to be true.
Yes, but as Ken mentioned, they should have known that the greatest value would have been to get Bruce Campbell.
Indeed, I agree. Also, Bruce Donaldson, wherever you are, I wish I could find you. Never been interviewed. Donaldson was a relentlessly affable former Mattel Electronics VP.
Why is that in lowercase? What?
Yeah, it's just a typo, I guess. I don't know. Who immediately provided a sage-like certainty and serenity to a young company that had been learning by trial and error. Having survived the boom and bust of the Atari age, he reveled in the chance to do it all again, but he vowed to get it right this time. He arrived at Nintendo in early 1986 when the company was enduring a fair amount of growing pains. Now, I do have to give him credit for realizing that Bruce Donaldson was a person, because obviously he's taking a lot of this from Game Over, and David Sheff had no idea Bruce Donaldson was a person. He had Peter Main being hired into the company as soon as Lowry left in 1986, which is totally wrong. The New York launch had been a success, and everyone agreed that expansion was in order. But the where, when, and how of pulling it off were constantly in flux. Originally, the plan had been to leave New York and conduct similar tests in Los Angeles, San Francisco, and Chicago. The problem, however, was that some of the New York retailers, Toys R Us in particular, wanted to go nationwide right away. He clearly interviewed Lowry, because that's a fact I got from Lowry, too. This was fantastic news, except that Nintendo didn't have enough units to supply all their stores. As a compromise, Nintendo and Toys R Us settled on 7 regions. But this new equation quickly became unbalanced when transporting the units to those specific regions got needlessly complicated. Situations like this caused political unrest among retailers who viewed Nintendo as playing favorites.
They were
To
rioting
compound
in the
matters,
streets.
as Inoue was tinkering with expansion at home, they were simultaneously looking abroad. Al Stone moved to Germany and initiated plans for European expansion.
Yeah, the timing is...
I don't know that Stone ever went to Europe.
Yeah, I can't remember. I need to look at this a little bit more.
Judy did.
Yeah, I know that.
Meanwhile, Ron Judy was beginning to lose his entrepreneurial itch and wasn't sure if he should move to Germany as well or quit the video game industry entirely. And to make everything more complicated, Nintendo had competition on the horizon, like Lowry's Sega.
Yes, Lowry's Sega.
Yes. Is that like Lowry's seasoning salt? Is that like
Lowry's.
That's right. At a time when they were still fending off the ghost of Atari.
Ooh, have you played Atari today?
Donaldson tried to fill in where he could, but as the company grew, so did the gaps in personnel, logistics, marketing, etc.
And quality games.
Yeah. Heading into 1987, what Inoue really needed was someone to ensure that at the end of this roller coaster ride, Nintendo would wind up on top. I don't think that's how roller coasters work. You end at the bottom, which is where you started. It's a loop. You don't. If you end on top, it means you got stuck, and they need to send a helicopter to rescue you.
Or you're playing Roller Coaster Tycoon.
Right. Someone to prove that the NES was more than just this year's Christmas fad. Someone who could exploit the potential for expansion and transform Nintendo from a niche sensation into a global juggernaut.
Bit 7. Main. Not with an E, though.
No. That someone. This should have actually been the last sentence of the previous section, I think. That someone turned out to be Peter Main. That's how the last section should have ended, I think. Though at the time, he was dealing with matters much more pressing than corporate expansion. Beef dip sandwiches and garlic butter buns.
I completely agree, by the way.
That's legit. As the president of White Spot, a Canadian fast food chain. Unfortunately, none of our Canadians, I believe, could make it here today to provide us commentary on the White Spot. Maine was used to eating, sleeping, and breathing burgers. That's not healthy. But in the summer of 1985, his mind went into overdrive when an outbreak of botulism swept through Vancouver. Health officials alleged that improper refrigeration of garlic oil concentrate was the likely cause, and that Maine's restaurants were responsible for the epidemic. Following this horrifying news, he spent much of the next year doing damage control, ensuring that the issue had been resolved and defending the integrity of his beef dip sandwich.
His beef dip sandwich.
That's right. Created with his own 2 hands, every last one they sold. When the public outcry finally died down and White Spot's reputation was restored, unfortunately, our Canadians are not here to let us know if they had a good reputation. Much sadness. He stepped down from his post and took a long vacation to decide what he'd like to do next. that's when Arakawa called and asked Maine to join Nintendo of America. Before Peter Maine and Minoru Arakawa were ever colleagues, they were friends. And before that, they were neighbors. Back when Maine marketed toothpaste at Colgate and Arakawa sold real estate for Marubeni. They first met in 1977, when the Arakawas moved in next door to the Maine. For years, Maine had wanted the previous tenant to cut down a tree that was obstructing his view, but the owner had declined. So as soon as Arakawa unpacked, Maine seized the opportunity to convince his new neighbor that the tree must come down.
He did it just like George Washington.
That's right. Well, I'd show you a thing or two if there were any cherry trees around here. But as you can see, any Day of the Tentacle fans out there? They were friends from that point on, and ever since Arakawa had left Vancouver to start Inoue, he had been trying to recruit Maine, claiming that if Maine could persuade him to chop down the tree, then surely he could convince kids around the country to play video games. Totally the same.
Yes.
For years, Maine had declined these job offers. Video games were a far cry from hamburgers.
How far, though? Did you know about Sneak King?
Yeah, that's right. And a part of him feared that despite being a big fish in Canada, he might flounder in America's big pond.
Oh, God, no. No!
But even though he turned down Arakawa, he often provided friendly advice on Nintendo of America's strange yet profitable forays into the restaurant business. Arakawa had gone ahead and bought the British Columbia franchise rights to Chuck E. Cheese, as well as a pair of seafood bistros in Vancouver. Maine's expertise as a restaurateur only fueled Arakawa's desire to rope him in. But time after time, Maine declined the overtures. Until that fateful call in late 1986.
Ring, 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 ring.
This time, Maine was open to a major life change, and it didn't hurt that Ron Judy was planning to relocate to Europe, which would effectively make Maine Inoue's number 3. It seemed like a good opportunity, but there was still a lot that could go wrong, so Maine decided to leave the decision to luck.
Oh, God. Is this an attempt to... Oh, God.
Yes. For the holidays, he and his wife were headed to Asia for a much-needed vacation. Just before that trip, Maine told Arakawa that if the U.S. Embassy approved his application for an H-1B visa to work in the United States, then he would head to Nintendo. If not, then he would open a restaurant of his own in Canada. So that's not leaving it to luck. He basically said, I'll come work for you as long as your government lets me work for you. I mean, how is that leaving it to luck? I mean, it's like... they approved that I can work in America. It's a sign that I can legally work in America. I mean, yeah. With the odds of securing such a visa being only about 10%, Maine didn't expect to be hawking cartridges anytime soon.
Flipping cartridges. Just like Reggie Fils-Aimé.
That's right. But on the second night of his trip, Arakawa and Lincoln called his hotel room in Hong Kong and happily announced that the visa had been approved. And so in April 1987, Peter Maine became Nintendo of America's VP of Marketing and Sales.
I guess you can say instead of fish and chips, it's rum and chips. Haha.
Oh, snap.
You should have been Blake Harris's Ghost Rider. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, maybe he was. Though Maine lacked any video game experience, his outsider mentality allowed him to look at the business not as an offshoot of the toy, arcade, or electronics industry, but as something novel and spectacular. To spread this new gospel, he choreographed what he would later describe as Nintendo's Storming of Normandy, a full-out advertising, promotion, and distribution blitz that accompanied the rollout of the NES into stores nationwide. Meanwhile, Maine provided a trustworthy-looking corporate and Caucasian, his words not mine, face to a company that many in the outside world still viewed as nothing more than a foreign curiosity.
Not that, if you're talking about intimidating, I think Maine hits that note better than Lincoln. Yeah.
He's a tall man. Changing people's perceptions of both video games and Japanese business presented a variety of challenges. But Maine always found a way, because above all else, he was an expert charmer. And that charm, that talent for cultivating friendships, gained the company credibility with Wall Street, trust from retailers, and respect from parents wanting to know what they were buying. Yes, because the average parent knew who Peter what he looked like. Month after month, Nintendo of America grew stronger. They sold
Faster,
2.3 million.
better.
They sold 2.3 million consoles in 1987 and 6.1 million in 1988. The $6.1 million company. As staggering as these numbers were, sales of the hardware were nothing compared to the software. The company unloaded 10 million games in 1987 and 33 million more in 1988.
I can't remember if this is actually based on their, like, Nintendo has an offset sales year that's not January to December.
Yeah.
So I can't remember if this is actually not reflective of entire 1987, 1988 sales.
Yeah,
but
these may be fiscal years, not calendar years. With numbers like these, it didn't take Maine long to realize that at the end of the day, it was the software that drove the hardware. I mean, Nintendo already knew that.
yes.
Sure. The console was just the movie theater. Shouldn't he have said it was just the VCR since it was made to look like a VCR? But it was the movies that kept people coming back for more.
I mean, a nice movie theater, you can sustain a bad movie.
Yeah. Pretty much. I mean,
Not many.
This personal revelation led to a Hollywood-like title-driven business strategy, and his coining of the phrase, "The name of the game is the game." Maine's approach to sales and marketing coincided with Arakawa's overarching philosophy of quality over quantity. As Nintendo exploded, there were plenty of opportunities to make a quick buck. Hardware upgrades, unnecessary peripherals, exploit the company's beloved characters. I mean, the NES Advantage was not unnecessary. I will not take questions at this time. Exploit the company's beloved characters, movies, theme parks. They weren't really doing that. Or dilute the brand by trying to attract an audience older than Nintendo's 6 to 14-year-old. But these kinds of things didn't interest Arakawa. He wasn't driven by making money, at least not in the short term. What propelled him, what kept him up at night, was a desire to continuously provide Nintendo's consumers with a unique and flawless user experience. As proof of this never-ending obsession, he set up a toll-free telephone line where Nintendo game counselors were available all day to help players get through difficult levels. Didn't stay toll-free for long.
Yeah.
And he initiated the Nintendo Fun Club, which sent a free newsletter to any customer who had sent in a warranty card. Both programs were very costly and could have been offset by charging small fees or obtaining sponsorship. But Arakawa believed that doing so would compromise Nintendo's mission. And to further safeguard Nintendo from the dangers of impurity, purity of essence, he and his team put into place a series of controversial measures.
Number 1, the Nintendo Seal of Quality.
Ron Judy had the novel idea of mandating that all games pass a stringent series of tests to be deemed Nintendo-worthy, ensuring a high-caliber product and making software developers beholden to Nintendo's approval.
That has nothing to do with the Seal of Quality.
Yes.
Not a single
Nothing
thing.
at all.
Wasn't the seal of quality basically guaranteed that it would work on the hardware and that it met Nintendo's criteria for violence or
Right.
Yeah, it was an official Nintendo product.
To do with the,
Yeah.
it had nothing to do with the actual quality of the game.
Right. And Nintendo did have stringent quality control in the sense of, it had to be basically bug-free. But yeah, they weren't they didn't care if it was good or bad. They based their manufacturing runs on how good they thought the game was. But yeah.
And we now have the sheet. I don't know what Frank is eventually doing with this, but we do have the sheet that goes up to like the end of 1990 or something like that, in which they rated each game that was submitted to them. And you can see there is definitely a threshold by which they will not produce it.
Right.
Because you can see there's unreleased games on there, which is mainly Frank's interest. I transcribed it for him because I had time that one time. But it is definitely interesting to look at because there's like 3 different groups that do the ratings on that. But yeah, let's not get too far off of this because but like I said, nothing to do with the seal of quality. That was just a marketing thing to say this is Nintendo approved this.
Yes.
Number 2, third-party licensing program.
Howard Lincoln's strict licensing agreement enabled software designers to make games for the NES, but restricted the quantity they could make, 5 titles per year, required full payment up front, months before revenue from a game would be seen, and charged a hefty royalty, around 10%.
Okay, a couple things in here. First of all, the per year, as Kate Willard, once again, shout out to her, she checked with Konami's head, Konami of America's head of...
and teamwork, I provided her with the contact.
There you go. And he appears to recall that this was actually based on fiscal years, not calendar years.
Yeah, I mean that's what he speculated because very clearly Konami at one point was releasing more than 5 in a calendar year, and that's under the Konami label. We're not counting the Ultra stuff. So clearly there was something there, and that was Heidkamp's speculation as to what happened there.
And the full payment upfront thing, it's just a little ambiguous in this statement, but what they mean is for the manufacture of the cartridges.
Yes. Because Nintendo manufactured everything. In addition to these stringent terms, all game makers needed to purchase their cartridges directly from Nintendo. I mean, okay, so he said that, but that's really part of the whole payment upfront.
Right.
This ensured peerless quality, but also allowed Inoue to dictate price, schedule, and production allocation, which became a particularly touchy subject matter during the notorious microchip shortage in May 1988.
Could they dictate price? I'm not sure about that. I think that the publishers had
think
control.
So,
yeah.
And I think that would also be illegal price fixing if they tried.
Not that they were not accused of such and found guilty of such. Number 3, inventory management.
Heeding Sam Borofsky's suggestion, Peter Main devised an incredibly rigid distribution strategy that purposely provided licensees and retailers with only a fraction of the products they requested. The goal of this technique was twofold: to create a frenzy for whatever products were available, and to protect overeager industry players from themselves. Though Inoue's methods drew ire from retailers, anger from software developers, and eventually allegations of antitrust violations from the US government, there was no denying that whatever Nintendo was doing was working. So well, in fact, that Peter May needed additional reinforcements as he inflicted Nintendo Mania on his adopted homeland.
Now, something interesting, because early on Nintendo didn't have that many licensees who had signed on, even of the Japanese companies. There is some indication from looking at the newspaper articles of the time that at the very start these restrictions were not in place and they gradually were imposed.
Yes, that is very possible.
But we just can't know without seeing, earlier,
and
licensing agreements.
On the subject of anger from software developers, I mean, I have talked to the heads of most of the major third parties of Nintendo, either the head if it was an American company or the American head if it was a Japanese company. And while they all said that there were times that they definitely chafed under the restrictions, they all agreed that Nintendo dealt with everybody squarely. that they didn't play favorites, and that they were a pretty okay partner. Other than that, I don't know how angry the software people really were. Frustrated, maybe, but you know.
Though, you are taking it from the head perspective. There are people down the line who could have been a bit more miffed at it.
Maybe. But I mean, the companies in general, I mean, would they have liked more freedom? Of course. But were they like plotting how to murder Nintendo every second? I mean, not really. That's all I'm saying.
Also, it's like maybe even if they considered like making games for like the 7800, the Master System, I don't think they were too discouraged by not really having options because considering the amount of money they were making,
Yeah.
Yeah, we mentioned this a little bit in the last read through. It's just the market wasn't there, so like, what was the point?
Exactly. And even like the 5 games a year, I mean, most of the companies couldn't even have managed to do more than that if they wanted to. And the companies that could manage it, Konami and Acclaim, very easily found ways around that restriction. So, yeah.
I'm still a little skeptical. You've brought up the idea that like nobody who would have asked for it ever got turned down. I mean, Atari kind of asked for, Tengen kind of asked for it, and they were told no. So,
Yeah, but that is true. I agree. That's true. But I have to wonder a little bit about the whole Nakajima-Arakawa relationship. It seems like it was complicated.
Yeah. But anyways, we are now on the 8th bit, everybody. We're getting near the end of this chapter.
But this should have been 7, because the first one should have been 0, because if this is a story in 8 bits, it should have started with bit 0.
You are a nerd, Alex. An absolute nerd. Nintendo power.
Help came.
Power!
You got the touch. Anyway, help came in the form of Bill White, a straight-laced marketing whiz whose smallish eyes and oversized round-rimmed glasses emitted an eternally boyish vibe. Though he was only 30 years old and, after a haircut, could have passed for 13, he spoke, I mean, he's no Bill Gates, he spoke about brand recognition, market analysis, and strategic alliances with the expertise of someone twice his age. Part of that precocious nature was due to an almost religious belief in the power of marketing. Part was due to his father's history as a Madison Avenue ad man. And part was due to a chronic insecurity that could only be quieted by winning at everything he did. Peter Main saw the potential in White and hired him in April 1988 to become Nintendo's first director of advertising and public relations.
I'm not hearing any cutting out for me, so I think that's just on your end. Continue.
Very good. When White joined Inoue, the marketing department consisted of just 3 people: himself, Main, and Gail Tilden, an exceptionally smart brunette with an encyclopedic memory. The lack of manpower forced White to wear many hats: commercial producer, press secretary, Peter Main's whipping boy. I assume that was a quote direct from White, because he did talk to White. But his most important responsibility was to forge corporate partnerships.
Money.
Though Nintendo continued to take the video game world by storm, the rest of the world still didn't know what a Nintendo was. To build the brand, White courted Fortune 500 companies, resulting in pivotal promotions like Pepsi placing a Nintendo ad on over 2 billion cans of soda, and Tide featuring Mario on the detergent maker's giant in-store displays.
Cue the commercial that everybody loves. Oh my God, our Canadian contingent is here.
Okay, so we have to pause here and ask a very important question, Dale.
Yes.
Because this has to do with Peter Main's past.
Yes.
White spot, yay or nay?
Oh, dear God. Without context?
Would you have a beef dipped sandwich or a dipped beef sandwich from White Spot if it was the only option available? Or would you allow yourself to die of starvation. Us Americans and other places, we have no context for white spot.
Oh, it's a West Coast thing. Okay.
Okay.
Where's Dilly when we need him?
It goes as far as Ontario. I can't say that I've ever heard of a white spot. It
We need Dilly.
It sounds like White Castle, the Canadian version.
Yeah, except it's not steamed hams as they do at the White Castle. It is a dipped beef sandwiches on garlic buns, apparently.
And it caused
and
much
they had
stomach illness. Yes.
They had a major botulism outbreak in 1985.
Nice. I would have probably succumbed to the botulism. I could totally see like extra au jus, and I'd be in trouble.
All right. Well, hopefully in our next session, Dilly will be able to join us again, and then we can get the West Coast perspective.
What even is a beef dip sandwich?
You've never had a beef dip sandwich?
Yeah, so it's basically I'm oversimplifying. It's basically a roast beef sandwich that you dip in a jus.
No. I like what?
Sorry.
Yeah, no. Well, like no, I was just rubbing on the wordplay there.
Fair. That's fair.
Because
Also,
what we call it here is French dip.
That's true. That is true.
That's why you pronounce it jus.
Exactly.
And in Chicago, we call it Italian beef.
Yes.
It's true.
Now I want Pontillos. So thanks
Portillos?
a lot, Ethan. Portillos, I meant. Sorry. Now I want Portillos.
Pontillos.
So,
my God.
yeah, I don't know where that came from, but now I want Portillos. So thanks a lot, Ethan. I can't get that here.
We'll just have our tortillas. Thank you very much.
All right.
Yes. His coup came with the release of Super Mario 3.
Super Mario 3.
That's what it says. I'm only reading what's on the page.
I know.
When he negotiated for McDonald's to not only make a Mario-themed Happy Meal, but also produced a series of commercials centered around the game. By virtue of his efforts, White became Maine's right-hand man, something of a protege. That is Maine, so he was Charlie Sheen to like Maine's Gordon Gekko. But as Maine fed White's ambitions and the young marketer swallowed up more and more responsibility, this left Tilden, the other member of the marketing equation, with less and less to do. This displeased Arakawa.
Why are you sitting around, woman?
Who set out to find a better way to utilize one of Inoue's most dynamic employees. If Bill White wore many hats, then Gail Tilden owned the hat shop.
Boo.
Oh, boy. Tilden had joined the company in July 1983, back when the video game fad was supposed to be on its very last legs. As Nintendo of America's ad manager, working under Ron Judy and Bruce Lowry, she had to find new and exciting ways to promote Nintendo's latest arcade games. Her creativity, resourcefulness, and nothing is beneath me attitude. Okay, sorry. And nothing is beneath me attitude impressed Arakawa, who later entrusted her to handle the marketing for New York's test launch. She spent the summer living in the city, hiring an ad agency, picking a PR firm, and introducing the paradigm-shifting
Now you're playing with power
campaign with Nintendo's very first commercials. After shepherding the company through its formative years, she was disheartened to see her voice diminished, but didn't see any logical way to raise the volume back up. So when she became pregnant with her first child in 1987, she began to consider converting her maternity leave into a permanent one. Arakawa, however, didn't want to see her go. He had seen what Tilden could do and how quickly she could do it. But as much as she appreciated his desire to keep her there, the situation was what it was, and it wasn't likely to change. Nevertheless, Arakawa continued to brainstorm after her departure, and a couple of months later finally found a solution. Tilden was at home, nursing her 6-week-old son, when Arakawa called and asked her to come into the office the next day for an important meeting. She was caught off guard, but knew that Arakawa was not the kind of man to ever waste anyone's time. So the following day, she and the baby headed to NOA headquarters. After dropping off her son with some trusted co-workers, she went into a meeting with Arakawa and some Japanese colleagues from NCL, in which they discussed the possibility of expanding the Nintendo Fun Club's newsletter into something bigger. By 1988, the Nintendo Fun Club had over 1 million members receiving the monthly newsletter, and the company needed to hire over 500 game counselors just to keep up with the more than 150,000 calls per week. The appetite for Nintendo tips, hints, and supplemental information was insatiable. So Arakawa decided that a full-length magazine would be a better way to deliver exactly what his players wanted. Tilden was put in charge of bringing this idea to life. She didn't know much about creating, launching, and distributing a magazine, but as with everything that had come before, she would figure it out. What she was unlikely to figure out, however, was how to become an inside-and-out expert on Nintendo's games. She played, yes, but she couldn't close her eyes and tell you which bush to burn in The Legend of Zelda, they're trees technically, or King Hippo's fatal flaw in Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. For this kind of intel, there was no one better than Nintendo's resident expert gamer, Jerry Momoda. Wait, no, sorry, Howard Phillips, an always smiling, freckle-faced video game prodigy.
Let's see, is he going to say first in here? That's the real question.
We'll find out. Technically, Phillips was NOA's warehouse manager. He had held that job since February 1981, but along the way he revealed a preternatural talent for playing, testing, and evaluating games. After earning Arakawa's trust as a tastemaker, he would scour the arcade scene and write detailed assessments that would go to Japan. Sometimes his advice was implemented, sometimes it was ignored, but in the best-case scenarios, he would find something hot, such as the 1982 hit Joust, alert Japan's R&D to it, and watch it result in a similar Nintendo title. In this case, a 1983 Joust-like game called Balloon Fight. Just kidding, Mario Brothers.
Okay, something to note in here is that that Jerry Momoda wrote up a evaluation of Mario Brothers. I forget if I have that in here somewhere.
Or of Joust, you mean?
No, of Mario Brothers.
Oh, of Mario Brothers. Okay.
Yeah. So if there was anybody who was informing them, it was Jerry. But
and also, I don't know if this is. I mean, I realize that Mario Brothers has a very vague similarity to Joust, but I don't know if this is confusing Mario Brothers and Balloon Fight. But Mario Brothers, we have the story of its creation from Miyamoto, and while he could be omitting something that someone else gave him, that story had nothing to do with Joust.
I am pretty convinced that Joust has a lot to do with Mario Brothers.
It does have similarities. It does have similarities. I agree with that. But I don't know. As Nintendo grew, Phillips's ill-defined role continued to expand, though he continued to remain the warehouse manager. That all changed, however, when he was selected to be the lieutenant for Tilden's new endeavor. To name something is to make it real.
Oh, God.
So ideas for the magazine's title were immediately tossed around. The leading candidate was Power Player, inspired by the Now You're Playing with Power slogan. But that trademark had already been taken. And besides, Arakawa wanted the name Nintendo to be used. The brainstorming continued. Nintendo Now? Or maybe Playing with Nintendo? Until they finally settled on one that felt just right. Nintendo Power. From there, Tilden and Phillips began generating column ideas and coming up with sections such as Pack Watch, which provided previews of upcoming games, and Classified Information, which revealed top-secret tips, tricks, and codes.
They are not mentioning in here, which Gel Tilden is entirely open to saying, is that they took a lot of cues from Famitsu.
Yes. Absolutely. They were pleased with what this was turning into, but agreed that something was missing. A more direct way to connect with their players. A way that said, we may be making a magazine, but we love these games as much as you do. They couldn't quite figure out how to accomplish this yet, but they didn't have time to chase their tails. They needed to keep moving and define the look, layout, and feel of Nintendo Power. To do so, they flew out to Japan and met with Workhouse, a small design company in Tokyo, who could help create a cross-cultural aesthetic that would please the parent company and appeal to kids from every country in the world. Unsurprisingly, it was no cinch to sync up the cultural stylings of East and West. Workhouse liked ostentatious headlines, but Tilden liked understated. She wanted bright, sunny layouts, but they preferred pale, cloudy ones. It was hard to find common ground, but Tilden wouldn't relent. This wasn't about ego, it was about giving kids a reason to run to their mailbox each month and hide a flashlight under the bed so they could stay up late, reading under the covers. I mean, the mail usually comes in like late morning, early afternoon. I mean, yeah. And, there's a good magazine. You could pretty much get through one in like an hour.
Yeah.
I don't know you had to stay up late, but
I get the idea, because especially the secrets sections, especially if you didn't have the game, you would be reading that a lot.
Yeah, but I mean, I think that's maybe overselling that a little bit.
You'd read it multiple times.
I was a Nintendo Power reader and subscriber in this period, and I read mine in broad daylight. I'm just saying. To diffuse the growing tension, Phillips jokingly suggested that it was no use arguing with Tilden because she was Inoue's Dragon Lady. His quip failed to lighten the mood at the time, but the nickname for Tilden stuck. As Phillips was hard at work playing through games in order to rate them for the magazine, the Dragon Lady was struck by the fact that, in a way, Phillips played video games for a living. That was every child's fantasy, wasn't it? At that point, she realized that Phillips was the key to building a bridge between Nintendo and its players. She approached Phillips with this vision, leading them to the creation of a comic strip called Howard and Nestor, which featured a professional version of Howard Phillips finding subtle ways to give game hints to Nestor, a kid who needed advice but was too much of a know-it-all to ever ask. After fleshing it out, they loved the comic idea but felt it was still missing one thing. The two-dimensional Phillips character needed a telltale trait, something iconic like Superman's S or Popeye's pipe. The answer turned out to be rather easy. At the request of his wife, Phillips always wore a bow tie on special occasions, so it was decided that Cartoon Howard would always wear one as well.
I think that, I haven't looked at the timeline on this, but I believe that Phillips was already becoming a de facto spokesman before this time of Nintendo Power.
Yeah, that's a good question. It wouldn't surprise me.
I believe that in 87 he's already kind of taking on that role, but I can't remember exactly.
That makes sense. In July 1988, Nintendo of America shipped out the first issue of Nintendo Power to the 3.4 million members of the Nintendo Fun Club. Do we have a shot? Do we have the shot? Do we have the media?
This?
There's issue 1. It's in there.
Yeah,
that's good enough.
Okay.
There's issue 1. Zoom in. Enhance. Anyway.
The very off-model Mario and Wart.
Yes, indeed.
Mario 2? Yeah. Did you guys know that Doki Doki Panic was brought over into the United States?
Oh my God, the things we learn on these streams.
Indeed.
I had no idea.
Wow, that's news to me.
Over 30% of the recipients immediately bought an annual subscription, marking the fastest that a magazine had ever reached 1 million paid subscribers.
Citation needed.
Yes. And as the magazine's audience grew, so did the influence of Howard Phillips. If Nintendo Power gave kids a chance to step inside the candy factory, then he was their Willy Wonka, magically and eccentrically showing them how the sweets were made.
And killing children.
Yes. Come with me and you'll be in a world of pure gamification. Though Mario was Nintendo...
There's no earthly way of knowing.
So I guess when he yells at the kid, you get nothing. That was the Sega kid.
So does that make the... Yeah, right. So does that make the Goombas and Balloompas?
The Sega kids dropped out, but...
So does that then make the Goombas Oompa Loompas? Is that
ethnic minorities
Perhaps.
who are enslaved by the evil? Yeah. Okay.
I mean, not that kind of Goomba. I'm talking about the.
Oh god.
Oh dear, we're all
But
in
yeah,
trouble.
but
Just
but
a
only
reminder
if,
that I am here on behalf of They Create Worlds LLC, and if I say anything that offends you in the course of this live stream, you will have to take it up with the limited liability company. Though Mario was Nintendo's mascot, Phillips became the face of Nintendo. Peter Main took advantage of this, sending Phillips all over the country for press events and on-camera interviews. This miffed Bill White, who had been working so hard to present Nintendo as a royal kingdom, not the Magic Kingdom. After all, it was Michael Eisner who did Disney's press interviews, not someone in a Mickey Mouse costume.
I mean, a lot of people did Disney press interviews because it's a very big company.
Yes. It wasn't that White wanted to stop exploiting Phillips. The guy was pure gold. But they needed some way to present him as Nintendo's jester and not as the king. But when the king was looking down... Anyway, Main agreed and found an elegant solution by turning to the beer industry. Hooray, beer! Ever since producing its first ale in 1759, Guinness has always appointed a spokesman called the Master of Brew, who supposedly inspects all aspects of the brewing process, from the purchase of barley to the experimental work conducted in the brewery's lab. Following in that tradition, Maine appointed Phillips Nintendo's first
There we go.
Game Master.
Okay.
You take this one away.
Yes. So we've been alluding to it throughout the stream, but Mr. Jerry Momoda, he was recruited in 1981. Like, Phillips was working in the warehouse, but Momoda was just a game player that Arakawa saw playing a Donkey Kong. And he came into the company because they felt they needed a player's perspective. And pretty much everything that people say that Howard Phillips, initiated at Nintendo in terms of gauging the quality of their products and whatnot, it was Momoda who did that first. He had a whole systematized way of looking at the games and all this kind of stuff. He has if you go look up his blog, because it's really cool. He later worked at Atari and Namco as well.
Momoda did it. Momoda did it.
So he is an interesting guy. If you've watched Norm's video on Punch Out, you can learn a little bit more about him as well.
Absolutely.
Spent a little time at Sega too.
Yes.
I believe so, yes.
Yes, that was right around, it was after Atari, I believe. Yeah.
Shortly thereafter, Howard Phillips became a national celebrity, boasting a Q score higher than Madonna, Pee Wee Herman, and the Incredible Hulk.
What had the Incredible Hulk
high
been
Q
doing in the
score?
90s?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, nobody cared about the Hulk after the show ended.
In the 60s.
The rise of the Game Master was just the latest sign of Nintendo's unprecedented success. By 1990, Nintendo of America had sold nearly 30 million consoles, resulting in an NES in 1 out of every 3 homes. That statement, by the way, as we keep score here, has been highlighted 226 times by Kindle readers.
Oh.
Video games were now a $5 billion industry, and Nintendo owned at least 90% of that.
That is not 1990. No.
Yeah, no, it was not $5 billion in 1990. That is not accurate. The numbers were astounding, but Nintendo's triumph went beyond that. Arakawa had proven that he was more than just the son-in-law. Lincoln had proved that he could take on anyone. And Maine had proven that he could swim with the sharks.
What sharks?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Like the rest of Nintendo.
Okay. That
Who
makes
knows?
sense. So in 1990, the estimate appears to be 4 billion rather than 5 billion.
Yes.
Wouldn't in 1990, wouldn't Nintendo's management, wouldn't they be the sharks?
I mean, yes, they were. Very good point. Although Arakawa, Lincoln, and Maine were at the top of the ladder, the unlikely triumph of Inoue was a team effort from top to bottom. There was John Sekeli, the wild and crazy renegade who fought for every inch of retail space as if his life depended on it.
Of course it did, because Howard Lincoln was standing behind him the whole time.
Well, I mean, like Paul Ryu, another non-veteran, I do believe. I believe Sekeli was a non-veteran. He pioneered the industry's first store within a store. Then what were all of those Atari kiosks I see in the old pictures? By transforming ordinary retail spaces into magical snow globe-like areas. That is called the world of Nintendo. So mesmerizing were these interactive displays that kids couldn't help but fantasize about accidentally getting locked in these stores overnight and staying awake to play Nintendo's game. Okay.
There's a really good book on them.
Yes, I actually at Midwest Gaming Classic got to see the author there.
Yes, and there's a second one coming. I have the first one. It is truly phenomenally good. I am so impressed by
I mean, the amount surely the amount of pictures in that book is insane.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and he talked to so many people, not just people like Sekeli at the top of the chain, but so many of the regional checkers that would just go in and, do the inventory checks and everything. Truly impressive.
And even Peter Main for like a couple minutes.
Yes. Sekeli also developed the Nintendo Fun Center, a mobile entertainment gaming kiosk that was popular with patients in children's hospitals.
A weird thing to note, but whatever.
But I'm not going to make a joke about that, because that's nice. Then there was Don Coiner, the man behind Nintendo's happy-go-lucky game footage-fueled commercials. Previously, he had been an account director at Foot, Cone, and Belding, which I believe was Nintendo's ad agency at the time, where he created the famous slogan for Kraft's macaroni and cheese, "It's the cheesiest." He brought that same gift for innocent, well-crafted cheesiness to Nintendo, overseeing dozens of commercials for games like Dr. Mario and Metroid, as well as other products like Game Boy and the Power Pad.
I was hoping he would say Legend of Zelda so we could have somebody to blame for that.
Ha! There was also Lance Barr, recently retired, who helped design the iconic look of the NES and the feel of its Heaven in Your Hands controllers. Yes, those were definitely the best controllers to hold ever in the history of video games. Eye roll not shown. And Don James, the product development guru who helped Barr with the design. James, along with Arakawa, also named Nintendo's pixelated plumber Mario after Mario Segale, the company's mysterious landlord whom nobody had ever met.
Okay, refer back to Kate's video again on this subject.
Yeah. 208 people highlighted that parenthetical for those keeping score at home. There were hundreds of others at Inoue whose unseen efforts backstage helped define and then refine the Nintendo experience. Together, they had single-handedly resurrected an industry, and they did it all with only 8 bits. Imagine what they could do with 16.
Literally, this whole time, I kept thinking to myself that one ABGN meme, 64 bits, 32 bits, 16 bits, 8 bits, 4 bits, 2 bits, 1 bit, the best game!
No, you forgot half bit, quarter bit.
Half
You
bit,
didn't-
no!
Yeah. Ooh, well, we made it through chapter 5.
Yeah.
It's a long one.
Yes.
My God, that was just one chapter.
Yeah.
But most of them are much shorter than that. Some of them are like so short they're only like 3 pages. But that's a long one. That gets us according to my Kindle copy, we're about 13% of the way through the book. But remember, that does include the index. So we're actually a little further along than that in terms of just the print.
So yeah, this was this showcases what Harris was capable of in his research.
Mm-hmm.
He understands that the story has more to. It's not just about Nintendo had the best games; they had the best hardware. They understood how to play the game, and it introduced a whole lot of people to the understanding that the retail presence is extremely important.
Absolutely. And a lot of the research is very good. I mean, yes, we nitpicked, but I mean, you can nitpick any product. I mean, a lot of the research in that chapter is very good. He paints really nice pictures of all the principal players. He explains what role they played in building up this Nintendo juggernaut, and generally overall does a pretty good job in that chapter, quite honestly, which is why I was so excited after reading it as a preview chapter.
Any reactions from the audience before we move into chapter 6?
I just love the way you guys speak. It's beautiful.
Oh, well, thank you.
Alex has the voice for radio, and I have the voice for narrating video game history books on Twitch streams.
It's just very entertaining. I'm completely entertained.
Huzzah.
And now you will become
this is
part
what you
of the
get here.
entertainment.
That's right.
You get to
Okay.
lead us off for chapter 6, the name of the game. Oh wait, but first we have to read who is going to be part of this chapter.
Yes, for those who did not see part 1, we have a dramatis personae for every chapter, where we name off the characters, and I penned a little sketch of their role, little sentence on their role in the chapter. I apologize for all of them and remind you that I am here as a representative of They Create Worlds LLC. So if you take any offense, you will have to take that up with the LLC.
So first off, we have Madeline Schroeder, product manager at Sega of America, not a fan of hedgehog-fronted rock bands. And we are going to get into a deep discussion here.
Next, of course, we have our primary protagonist, Tom Kalinske, CEO of Sega of America, so depressed by his new job, coffee has lost all flavor.
Then Al Nilsen, played by the industrious Jumpman, marketing director of Sega of America and collector of ET merchandise.
And finally, Shinobu Toyoda, EVP of Sega of America and preacher of caution.
Does anybody want to take Shinobu this time? Oh, wait, no, Johnny is Shinobu. I keep forgetting. Yes, Johnny.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
All right, so chapter 6, the name of the game. Take it away, Rage.
There you are.
Sega's plucky product manager, Madeline Schroeder, said as she sidled into the office's tiny kitchen and found Tom Kalinske standing in front of a coffee machine with a cup of joe in his hand. Although she felt certain that he had heard her exclamation, her new boss did not look up from the papers in his hand. She thought this odd and rather rude until a split-second forensic analysis of the situation revealed the following. The cup in his hand was empty and upside down. The coffee machine wasn't even turned on, and the dazed look on Kalinske's face was symptomatic of one who'd just seen a ghost. Either Tom Kalinske didn't know how to use a coffee machine, or whatever he was reading had made him catatonic.
Oh my.
Schroeder said, settling upon the ladder.
That must be some compelling literature right there.
In a flash, the pale expression on his face became an A-OK smile.
Oh, hey there, Madeline.
Kalinske replied. He was good like that, with names, only needing to hear them once to remember them forever.
You've probably seen this already, but as you suspected, I found it to be particularly engrossing.
He handed her an article that he had been reading as part of his crash course in all things Nintendo. It was a piece written by Anthony Gonzalez that appeared in the New York Times the previous year, titled The Games Played for Nintendo's Sales. This is what Kalinske had been reading when his coffee craving suddenly disappeared. Can somebody in the audience read this part here?
Ken, get in on this action.
All right. Thursday, December 21st, 1989. Seattle. Meet the man behind Nintendo, the video game maker that is the talk of America 3 Christmases running. To his admirers, Peter Main, vice president of marketing for Nintendo of America, is a master seller of children's entertainment. They say he is a skilled businessman who has learned lessons from the unhappy history of the video game business and helped revive it into a $3.4 billion industry in only 3 years. To his critics, however, he is an aspiring monopolist, squeezing supply and jerking up prices. Jacking up. I almost said jacking off prices. That weird. Charging monopoly, a competitor has sued and a congressman has called for a Justice Department investigation.
Of all the pieces that Kalinske had recently read about Nintendo, the beginning of this one seemed to perfectly sum up his competitor. They were either heroes or villains. Heroes and villains. And the truth was entirely a matter of perspective. Unlike other companies obsessed with the facade of political correctness, Nintendo made no effort to hide its obsession with control. The article goes on to say, by design, the company does not fill all of a retailer's order.
No. This is
No,
sorry.
okay.
This is Ken's. The
Okay.
article quotes are Ken.
The article goes on to say,
Ken, it's your big moment again. It's the article again.
Where to go? By design, the company does not fill all of a retailer's order and keeps half or more of its video cartridge library inactive.
but nor did the company worry about alienating other developers.
But far more in dispute is the company's other tactic, building the hardware system in its games with a special lockout computer chip.
Yes, and Sega also had a equivalent thing.
Yes.
So, contrasting them with Nintendo in this way is a little weird, especially because later on we are going to see a thing related to this. When Kalinske first began to investigate what lay at the heart of Nintendo, their controlling out of our way or the highway philosophy scared the hell out of him, mostly because it made sense. Although Nintendo didn't always act with the best bedside manner, their tactics generally tended to benefit the industry. They had just resurrected the video game business from a terrible crash, and they had taken it upon themselves to put safeguards to prevent such a thing from happening again. So retailers might complain that orders weren't being filled, or developers might grumble about being locked out, but this was all Nintendo's way of avoiding an Atari-like glut of bad games. Nintendo, in many ways, really did know best. Although this realization had indeed petrified Kalinske after he stopped asking himself what the hell he had gotten into, he began to wonder if this might actually be Sega's greatest advantage. Maybe Nintendo really did know best, but if there was one thing Kalinske had learned about consumers throughout his career, it was this. The only thing they valued more than making the right decision was making their own decision.
Just to pause, that statement has been highlighted 259 times.
Yeah, that is a dubious piece of marketing wisdom there. I mean, the idea of tricking people into thinking that they are making their own decision is definitely a thing.
Well, that's a very Coke and Pepsi kind of thing, isn't it, from this time?
Yes.
So if Nintendo represented control, Sega would represent freedom, and this cornerstone of choice would be the foundation of Kalinske's plan to reboot, rebuild, and rebrand Sega. He was in the midst of this
but it's still going to be Sega. It's not a rebrand. It's still Sega.
Sega. He was in the midst of this mini epiphany when Schroeder entered the kitchen. Wait, there's like a kitchen in? I think like not just a lounge where they eat.
Probably a little kitchenette. That's common in workplaces.
Hence the dazed look on his face. He had seen a ghost, all right, but it wasn't anything malevolent. No, it was the alluring ghost of Sega's Christmas future.
But the future ghost is the most malevolent ghost.
Indeed.
Is he sure it wasn't the ghost of Sega's present? That's a nice, happy ghost.
Rage.
You have to hand it to Nintendo.
Schroeder said, finishing the article.
Like them or not, everything those guys touch turns to gold.
You're right.
Kalinske replied, turning on the coffee machine.
So I guess we'll just have to make sure everything we touch turns to silver. And while we're doing that, we'll find a way to convince the world that silver is more valuable than gold.
Count me in.
Schroeder said, and then smiled, a Cheshire grin through and through. For weeks prior to Kalinske's arrival, she had been hearing how great things would be how great things would be with him in charge, and how everything would turn around after he took over. At the time, she thought it was just false hope for the hopeless. Now, while skepticism still persisted, she couldn't deny that there was a whole lot more hope.
But enough pontificating.
Kalinske said, clearly not reading this book.
Yes, and also that is not what that word means. I vaguely recall you're entering with the words, "There you are." So what can I help you with?
Right.
Schroeder said, quickly rewinding her mind.
I had wanted to ask you about your trip to Japan. Was there anything new on the mascot front?
I'm not sure, but Nakayama-san assured me that he'd get us a Mario killer sooner rather than later.
Schroeder eyed Kalinske as if trying to somehow conduct a telepathic polygraph test.
God.
And how much do you trust Nakayama's assurances?
Kalinske thought about this for a moment.
I'm from the innocent until proven guilty school of thought. I have no reason not to trust him. At this point.
Okay, just curious.
Schroeder said.
Did he at least show you the hedgehog?
What hedgehog?
That freak from the mascot contest.
She said. Kalinske had no idea what she was talking about, so Schroeder filled him in. Prior to Kalinske's arrival, Sega had held an internal mascot contest, encouraging employees to come up with a new face for the company, which would supplant the current face of the company, Alex Kidd, a disappointing ripoff of Mario. Say the words. Say the words, Alex.
Alex Kidd was never a mascot. The creator of Alex Kidd himself has confirmed in interviews that Alex Kidd was never considered a mascot by the company.
And they never really used him, in advertising. Yeah. Opa was used more.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, since that was their closest game to Super Mario Brothers, and Super Mario Brothers was a popular game, they did advertise the Alex Kidd game. But he was never like a face of the company character.
The Japanese programmers submitted a host of diverse entities, including an armadillo, later developed into Mighty the Armadillo. I don't think that's at all confirmed. A dog, a cat, a cheetah, a Theodore Roosevelt lookalike in pajamas, and a Peppy Rabbit that could use its extendable ears to collect objects. Let me see. I need to pull up my Sonic. Okay, so there's the rabbit, the most famous one. That was... more legitimately considered than the others. Yeah. There's the wolf, which is basically the Famitsu wolf.
Yeah.
And also this bird he doesn't mention.
Probably for the best. Like an Elvis bird. Got kind of the hair going and kind of bottom.
I feel it.
Yep.
Right. The top two choices, however, were an anime-inspired egg and teal hedgehog with red shoes created by Naoto Oshima that he called Mr. Needle Mouse.
Okay, two things here. First of all, the rabbit is actually the character that they were using. And then the rabbit later morphed into the hedgehog. It did not beat the rabbit in direct competition. Second of all, this is an English translation problem.
Yes, what that says here kanji, is Mr. Hari Hozumi.
Yes, and actually, the literal translation of the Japanese word for hedgehog is needle mouse. So he was not calling him Mr. Needle Mouse. He was calling him Mr. Hedgehog. And some English writer at some point just did a literal translation, didn't realize that that was the word for hedgehog, and thought that the name was Mr. Needle Mouse. That is a problem.
The rabbit also later morphed into Ristar.
I believe that's still a presumption right now, but it makes sense. Mm-hmm. I would certainly, I agree that
at
probably
least took inspiration, I think.
Yeah, but yeah, we just don't know exactly.
Yeah.
Nakayama had presented these two finalists to Katz, who had quickly declared that they both sucked. He thought the egg was absurd, and the anime inspired. What egg is he? What is the egg?
So Nilsen has made reference to that as well. I'm wondering if that's the Robotnik like because it's very round. But I don't know that that's true. But yeah, that's something that Nilsen's made reference to in interviews and whatnot too. That these were the two finalists that he was shown. I'm not sure Katz has actually ever mentioned being shown two finalists. I mean, he has talked in interviews about how he didn't believe in Sonic as a character. I mean, he's admitted that. But the story about there being two finalists, that's something that Al Nilsen talked to me about, how Dai Sakurai actually came over and not Nakayama, and had come over and presented him these two finalists for him to look at. But I don't know. There's a lot of misinformation around the creation of both the Sonic character and the Sonic the Hedgehog video game.
Yes, we'll get into a little bit more as we go. He thought the egg was
I think
absurd.
It was the whole controversy too about like Sonic having fangs.
We're getting there. We are getting
there.
I have there is updated research on this to talk about. He thought the egg was absurd and the hedgehog just didn't make any sense. Nobody even knew what a hedgehog was, so how could anyone ever possibly care about
Sonic is a hedgehog,
one?
yet he's living in the Green Hill Zone with a bunch of robotic animals. It doesn't make any sense.
Despite the vote of no confidence from Katz, Nakayama forged ahead with Mr. Needlemouse and asked Oshima to explore what kind of game would best suit his character.
Okay, so game came first. Character came second.
And this was the original pitch for the game here. It's the Twin Stars game by Yasuhara.
They were already working on a game, and that game then ended up including the rabbit character, and then Oshima was also working on the kind of mascot thing separately, and these two things, this game here and the mascot concept, ended up being merged together. But yeah, the game predated the mascot.
Oshima partnered up with Yuji Naka, a brilliant hothead in the programming department, who was responsible for one of Sega's most popular series, Phantasy Star, a sci-fi role-playing game RPG about a resilient young female warrior bent on galactic revenge with the help of a muskrat named Meow and a wizard named Noah.
Naka programmed Phantasy Star, and he was definitely the reason that they could do those first-person dungeons, because it was his programming genius that allowed them to be so smooth. He was not responsible for the game. The game was not his idea. He was not the scenario designer. He was not the planner. He was not the producer. He was important, but he wasn't responsible for it.
Anything to add, Ken?
No. What Alex said is true.
Okay.
He was responsible for the 3D dungeons, but he had nothing basically to do with the character design or the narrative or any other story-related element of the game.
We also ran into this with Kent, where the Naka had made reference to the fact that he cares about all aspects of production when he was a producer, and Kent took that to mean I just did everything on the games, which was absolutely
but it's
ridiculous.
Like even with Sonic, I mean, every time I hear, the creator of Sonic the Hedgehog, Yuji Naka, I'm like, it's like he's the only one. He did it all by himself. Woke up one day, came up with the game by, lunchtime, all by himself. Nobody else was involved.
Oshima and Naka worked together to build the game around around Sega's new mascot, and it would fall onto Schroeder's shoulders to whip the game into shape and introduce it to the world. Yes, she helped design.
And also, before we get to the quote here, also, R.I.P. Yasuharu was incredibly important to the design of the game.
Rage.
I can't believe the always transparent Nakayama failed to mention all this.
She said lightheartedly.
So basically our entire jobs, careers, and livelihoods depend on this hedgehog guy?
Kalinske realized the truth in her words.
Well, I can't think of any animal I'd rather pin my hopes and dreams on than a good old-fashioned hedgehog,
he said.
I'm sure he did.
After hedging his way through the hedgehog conversation.
Mr. Needlemouse shoved his back into my eyes, please.
Kalinske entered...
After needling and mousing his way through.
Yeah.
Kalinske entered Nilsen's office.
Well, if it isn't Mr. Kalinske.
Nilsen announced as his boss closed the door and sat down on the chair in front of his desk.
Hey, Al.
Kalinske said, jumping right in.
What the hell is a hedgehog?
You mean, aside from the demise of Sega,
Nilsen joked.
according to one Mr. Michael Katz at least,
He wasn't a fan?
he authored a scathing multi-page letter to Nakayama saying why it wouldn't succeed in the US, alongside other assorted doom and gloom.
Kalinske was taken aback, feeling as if there were trapdoors hidden around every corner in this company.
Sounds like a game of Night Trap. That's a tad disconcerting.
Seriously though, don't worry about it. Yet.
Nilsen reassured him.
We haven't even seen any gameplay, and in this business, it could look like a duck and talk like a duck, but in the end, nobody cares if it's a duck or even a neon green Wolverine, as long as it makes for a fun gaming experience.
Oh, this dialogue.
His
They actually
words.
did make a game based on a duck.
Indeed.
A
His
green
words. His words worked, and Kalinske eased up.
Okay, that makes sense. Narrator. It didn't.
There's only one thing you need to know to survive in this world.
And what's that?
The name of the game is the game.
Nilsen said with a bouncy, uplifting rhythm of prayer worn into the soul by repetition. If Nilsen had known that the originator of the phrase was none other than Nintendo's Peter Main, probably not, he likely would have washed his mouth out with soap. But with the bliss of quotational ignorance, Nilsen repeated the mantra and then pointed to his copy of Atari's game, E.T., which was framed on his wall.
I keep this here as a reminder. Most consider it to be the worst video game ever made.
Nilsen pressed his finger against the glass.
I mean, look at this thing. It's based on a blockbuster movie. It was blessed by none other than Steven Spielberg, and it had more marketing money pumped into it than any other game.
I like to imagine that Spielberg was in the factory and he was doing, I bless you, my son.
Yes, and by blessed with approval, it's more like, couldn't you just make Pac-Man? But before I say my line, I do want to say it is true that Nilsen, who had been the assistant buyer for stationery and something else at Penny's and was responsible for their video game buying, did keep this framed copy of E.T. in his office. And it still failed? And still it failed, I mean, because he has to talk stilted and weird.
Miserably.
I still like the idea of Steven Spielberg hunched over factory workers.
Steven Spielberg,
amazing.
never learning anything for 3 console generations.
Miserably. You can still see the markdown stickers on the game.
Nilsen said, pointing to the tiny stickers showing its various price points.
Oh, it went from $49.95.
I don't think it was ever $49.95.
No, I think that would surprise me.
To $34.95, and then ouch, $12.99, $3.99, and then finally I became a proud owner of the worst video game ever at $1.99.
Plus tax.
You really know this business, don't you?
On occasion.
Maybe you should be the one in charge.
Nilsen waved him off.
Oh, stop it. We both know that you're going to turn this company around.
I am?
Nilsen looked at him strangely, as if he were genuinely surprised that Kalinske had no idea this was going to happen.
I've never been more sure of anything in my life, truly.
Kalinske graciously nodded, and then the two of them sat in Nilsen's office for about an hour, talking about everything from video games to toys to their families and sports. As Kalinske spoke with Nilsen, the company started to feel more like a home. This was his opportunity, and he would find a way to make it work.
I think you're right, Al.
Kalinske said, sitting up.
I think that things might actually work out pretty nice.
Oh, fantastic.
Nilsen replied.
And I shall eagerly await your next senior staff meeting to see what you've got cooked up.
Bung, dung, 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 dung.
This is all feeling like a community table read.
Yeah. Kalinske looked across the long table, sizing up his troops. He felt ready to shoulder responsibles as president and CEO, ready to turn these guys into his guys, and ready to lead them into battle. In a couple of months, he would go to Japan to meet with the board of directors, outline everything he had learned, and propose the changes that needed to be made to turn Sega into a household name. In the meantime, however, there was only one thing on his mind: distribution. That word that gets Alex, in the mood.
Yeah.
If distribution was the lifeblood of a company, then Sega had just undergone a blood transfusion. In 1988, when Sega's Master System proved unable to make a dent in NES sales, Sega had struck a deal with the toy manufacturer Tonka to allow them to handle distribution, but despite the weight that Tonka's name carried in the toy world, the company had no idea how to market and sell video games, and also they were reportedly very antagonistic to the fact that they even had this business, according to one guy I talked to about this.
Yes, and they were also very seriously in a very bad cash crunch by
Yes.
making the absolutely stupid decision to buy Kinder Parker.
If the Master System wasn't already dead in the United States, Tonka's failed attempts at distributions fired the final shots. You know that meme of EA taking BioWare out back?
Yes.
Nakayama blamed Tonka for much of the Master System's failures and wouldn't allow such a thing to transpire again. As a result... Were you saying something?
I don't think anyone said something.
Oh, okay. As a result, Paul Ryu had worked tirelessly to unwind the deal with Tonka so that Sega of America would be solely responsible for their own distribution. That's an interesting statement. That is certainly something I would like to ask Paul Ryu about. In Nakayama's eyes, nothing should hold back the company now. Kalinske, however, was savvy enough to know that many obstacles stood in his way: lack of brand identities, poor sales history, and most important, Nintendo's unbending grip over the retailers.
The fact is, you can't sell something if there's no place for anyone to buy it.
Kalinske looked at his employees, who likely had to try their best to think of any response besides, well, yeah, and duh. This is a perfect example of, writing to the lowest common denominator, basically. It's like, we need to explain these things, but we need to lampshade the fact that everybody in the room should know these things.
Exactly. Yes, I know. It's a pretty obvious concept. But unfortunately, that's our biggest problem at the moment.
Kalinske pointed to a map on the wall which indicated which retailers were carrying the Genesis and which regions the game systems were available.
We need to convince more stores to jump on the bandwagon. I know. Easier said than done. But I think instead of approaching each of them piecemeal, we're better off using a top-down approach. If we sign up the big boys, the rest will fall into line.
What exactly did you have in mind?
Nilsen asked. Kalinske narrowed his eyes, leaning close into the ear, whispering, and answered,
Walmart.
Getting the Genesis into Walmart wasn't as easy as sending them a free system and letting them see how much better it was than Nintendo, though Kalinske believed it should have worked like this. I mean, if he did believe that, then he would be very stupid.
I doubt he really believed that. Harris, you scamp.
Unfortunately, Walmart sold Nintendo products, and they didn't just sell, they flew off the shelves. Nintendo single-handedly accounted for about 10% of Walmart's profits, and the giant retailer felt an obligation to keep the game maker happy. Kalinske, however, was willing to rock the boat.
Oh,
Johnny.
It's me. Yes. Maybe it's time to look elsewhere first.
Toyoda suggested.
Take some time.
Time is a luxury we don't have.
Kalinske explained, a bomb strapped to his chest. Nintendo had recently announced plans to release their 16-bit machine, the Super Famicom, in Japan later that year, which meant that it would probably hit America 1 year later. There's no way that you could actually gauge these things because that never happened before.
Right.
I mean, you could vaguely get the assumption that, yeah, maybe a year on
Yes,
would make
but if
sense.
you were basing it on past experience, that means a test market in 2 years and a full release in 3 years.
Exactly. Though, Sega had, the Genesis had, been a year since
Yes,
the launch in
that's
Japan,
true.
so.
That's true.
Sega's days had always felt numbered, but with this recent news, the end felt ever nearer.
Not with the Super Famicom knocking on our door. Can someone tell me where Katz was with Walmart?
Ryu explained that Katz had made a trip down to Walmart headquarters in Bentonville, Arkansas, to pitch them on Sega and said that things went okay. Kalinske nodded. In his mind, okay was the worst possible result. Okay was worse than bad. At least bad was memorable.
Well then,
Kalinske said.
I think it's time that I go back down and show them that Sega is no longer in the business of being okay.
The team...
It's like a 40-degree day. Any Wire fans out there?
The team vigorously prepared for weeks, leading to a combination of stress, brainstorming, and hijinks that, when laminated by Kalinske's perpetual sheen of professionalism...
God.
Laminated!
Let's stop and enjoy that dependent clause there for a second.
Laminated by
God.
Kalinske's
By
perpetual sheen of professionalism.
Laminated! That's a Daddy Daycare quote right there.
Created a dare-to-be-bold corporate culture. At some point, Sega started to feel less like the American outpost of a Japanese company, and more like the cast of an exciting new Broadway musical with defined roles, a choreography of ideas, and ensemble numbers that brought everyone together. The pieces all seemed to be in place. And with the curtain now rising,
but he got fired.
It was finally showtime.
Oh my God. That paragraph happened. It's real. It's right on the screen for everyone to see.
You did not make this piece up.
Did Blake Harris's editor hate him? Is that what happened here?
It would explain a
The
lot.
flats in the copy, and he's just laughing to him. So, nah, we're leaving that one in there. Oh,
that was sort of the filter test for the next editor to come around.
And there never was one.
The answer's just like, that was the easiest grind I ever got.
I can't imagine him going through and editing this book and just saying that he has to keep that paragraph in there.
No. Here's what happened. Okay, you took the paragraph, put it to the side, edited the rest, and then put it back in.
What probably happened is that he wrote that paragraph and then read it back to himself. He's like, laminated with his sheen of professionalism. Oh, this shit is fire. Went to bed very excited.
Of course, we have several published writers here in the room, and I think we put a little bit more thought than that into...
Yeah, I mean, I don't claim to be the greatest spinner of prose that ever existed in the history of the world, but I also stay away from torture metaphors. Oh, yes.
Okay, on to Chapter 7. Postcard from Arkansas.
Our star, this is a short chapter with just a couple of characters. Of course, our star remains Tom Kalinske, CEO of Sega of America, bringer of the future.
And we have the Walmart's electronics merchant, retail buyer, and Nintendo toady. Who would like to be the toady? Jacob, can you take the toady?
I can take the toady.
All right. Don't worry, it's not how we think of you. It was just convenient at the time.
I understand.
Walmart headquarters felt like a military compound during peacetime. It was huge, impressively segmented, and delivered the impression that things were not nearly as calm as they seemed. Kalinske entered the complex and was escorted into an office of Walmart's electronics merchant. Into the office of Walmart's electronics merchant, a man whose every move called to mind the word veteran. The men shook hands, enjoyed some small talk about college football, and eventually meandered toward the conversation that had brought Kalinske here.
How much do you know? about video games?
Kalinske asked.
It's just whatever Nintendo tells me.
Oh, God.
Oh,
I did not say Toad. I did not say Toad. The electronics merchant replied.
Okay, I can read.
Well then, allow me to introduce you to the future.
Kalinske said, and presented his Sega gadgets along with the product analysis reports and market data his ragtag team had worked so hard to prepare. What gadgets? What is he talking about? Just the Genesis? That's not several gadgets. That is one gadget.
Maybe they had a robot that plugged into the machine, and no, I have no idea.
He leaned forward, dropped his businessman persona, and spoke in a just between us tone.
I understand that Walmart feels an obligation to keep Nintendo happy. I get it. But this isn't a Tengen situation.
Kalinske was referring to Tengen, a video game publisher and developer created by Atari Games. Tengen owned the rights to most of Atari's popular games from the early 80s, no they didn't, and wanted to license some of the company's more popular titles for the NES. Hideyuki Nakajima, Tengen's manager, approached Nintendo to work out the details, but he quickly found that there was nothing to be worked out. Nintendo had a standard licensing agreement that dictated the same terms for all of its licensees. If Tengen wanted their games on the NES, they'd have to sign a very one-sided contract with Nintendo that would prohibit them from releasing their game on any other console and compel them to give Nintendo 30% of their revenue as a royalty. Didn't you in the previous chapter say it was 10%?
That is what was said in the previous chapter.
Yes. It also stipulated that they'd have to buy physical cartridges directly from Nintendo, which is kind of what you were saying already, which was not only expensive, about $10 each. No, it was not $10 each. That is way over the line of what they did. I will actually pull up the example that I found on this.
Mm-hmm.
I've shown you this, Alex.
Oh, I know. No, I was just being like, how dare you do research?
Okay, so this. Where is it? It's linked.
What is this? A history lesson?
What do you think this is? Nonfiction?
Well, judging by
Blasphemy.
the way, I'm seriously questioning it.
Where did I have this license? Dang it. I don't know where I put it, but it's around there somewhere. But often highly frustrating as it gave Nintendo leverage to pick and choose which orders to fill. Actually, I'll look in through here. Yes, I'm pausing things for this because I think it is interesting and I want to show people. Here we go. Okay, so according to this this profile, which is mainly talking about Trade West, Leslie sells the cartridge wholesale, so Nintendo receives the remaining $21. But the way this is split up, it's somewhere in here. It's been said that licensees keep about 30% of the wholesale price of the cartridge, while the rest goes to Nintendo. Which... trying to work out how the percentage works out of this. But I don't think, I think we have some numbers on what the cartridges specifically cost, and I think it was under 10. It was close to 10, but it was not $10.
Yeah. Well, he did say about. There was hedging. I see hedging.
Nakajima thought this was absurd, so in 1986, he arranged for a special meeting with Nintendo of America's president Minoru Arakawa and senior vice president Howard Lincoln to discuss renegotiating these standard terms for what he believed was an exceptional situation. Also, I don't believe it was 1986. That doesn't make any sense.
And also, I think it was just kind of a meeting. He was probably just like, hey, can we have a meeting? Not like a special meeting. I mean...
Nakajima kindly reminded Nintendo that Atari, Tengen's parent company, Tengen was a subsidiary.
It was...
had essentially created the video game industry and deserved some special privileges, complications, particularly the ability to publish more than 5 titles per year that Nintendo's standard license, the standard agreement specified. But Arakawa and Lincoln stood their ground and reiterated no special treatment would be offered. After thinking over the terms of the deal, Nakajima resiliently decided to find a way around this lousy licensing agreement. This is a extremely long tangent in this very short chapter.
Yes.
So he had Tengen engineers begin by trying to find a way around the security device inside the NES. Nintendo's console had a lockout chip containing a protocol called the 10NES programming, which detected unlicensed cartridges and prevented them from working. Tengen's engineers tried everything to break this code, even chemically peeling the layers from the NES chips to allow for microscopic examination, which was a standard thing.
Yeah, I mean that's exactly how you do it. And he makes it sound like it's like a weird desperation play.
Yeah, I mean, even when I talked to Rex Bradford, he said that's what Mark Lesser did to reverse engineer the VCS, which didn't have a lockout chip, but they needed to find a way inside the system anyway. Yet, despite these efforts, Tengen was unable to crack the code, and in 1987, it signed a contract with Nintendo. But after releasing a slew of successful games like Pac-Man and RBI Baseball,
I believe they released 3.
Yeah.
Gauntlet, Pac-Man, and RBI Baseball.
Nakajima was infuriated by how much Nintendo's royalty cut into his company's profit margins. He rationalized that the only way to get around the lockout chip was to figure out exactly what made up its 10 NES programming. I don't think he made that decision, but
Yeah,
he needed to obtain a copy. There were only two places where this code could be found: Nintendo headquarters and the U.S. Copyright Office. Since breaking into Nintendo was impossible, you never know. Tengen would approach the U.S. Copyright Office. I'm sorry, Alex. It's just not going to happen. And claim that they were filing a copyright infringement lawsuit against Nintendo. No, the other way around.
They claim that they had to defend against a copyright suit from Nintendo.
Despite this being entirely fictional, they went the whole 9 yards to make it appear true. Well, not because they had to.
I mean, the Copyright Office is not in the habit of just, if you walk in and say, hey, there's a lawsuit, handing over proprietary code. And even signed an affidavit legally testifying about the accuracy and urgency of this lawsuit. The Copyright Office handed over the code. The Tengen worked backwards to create the program now called the Rabbit, which could unlock the NES. This is so many unnecessary details. I get that he's introducing Tengen because they will play just the tiniest role later in the story. Yeah, this is a very clumsy way to do it.
Yes. Also, it should be mentioned that Ed Logg who was working at Atari Games at the time, is utterly convinced that they had reverse engineered the Nintendo Entertainment System legitimately, and the lawyers just said nah and did it anyway and did this.
Yes, he's very salty about that.
Probably just wanted to put it in because it sounded the most like a heist you would probably get for this chapter.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of excitement in talking to the Walmart retailer. Now, not only did Tengen possess the ability to produce as many games as they saw fit, but by learning about Nintendo's distribution techniques through the 3 games they'd legally released as third-party licensees, they were equipped to contact the retailers directly. Essentially, Tengen had relegated Nintendo to middleman status and then cut them out completely. This was a brilliant plan in theory. But in practice, the problem came when Nintendo gave the retailers an ultimatum, us or them. Though Nintendo couldn't legally threaten or to stop supplying retailers, they had enough strength to use the power of what if. Alex, take these quotes here.
What if our trucks got lost going to your stores? What if we stopped filling your orders in full?
To make this
nice toy store you got here. Be a shame if something were to happen to it. I mean, things break.
The retailers bit the bullet, got rid of of all Tengen products, and wrote off the losses. What losses?
Yeah.
Returning Tengen product, I guess, is kind of the implication here.
Yeah. I mean, because Tengen probably didn't accept returns, so they probably did actually. Some of them probably did have losses they had to write off. But maybe if I ever get a look at that trial transcript.
Damn you, Nintendo. To further flex their muscle, Nintendo eventually took Tengen to court and got an injunction to prevent them from producing their illegally created games. Nakajima and Tengen had no choice but to bow out of the business.
They
what?
did not bow out of the business.
In fact, as we will later see in this book, they did not.
And they didn't even bow out of the NES business.
Yes. And soon, the name Tengen served as nothing but a cautionary tale. In fact,
So does anyone remember where the scene was taking place? Does anyone remember what action was going on before this flashback?
Log in the Genesis.
Now, as
Great state,
Kalinske sat
Kansas.
before, indeed, Walmart's electronics merchant, he tried to make it perfectly clear that this was an entirely different situation, as he literally said in the quote that led into this long divergence.
We had to bring the audience back. You know, it's been a minute. It's been a minute.
Sega, I mean, I do that in my book, but I do it carefully and consideredly. Sega hadn't done anything illegal, nor had they screwed over Nintendo. They were just a competitor who had the better product.
To be perfectly honest,
Kalinske said,
I think carrying our products will boost Nintendo sales. The money we spend on print and television is only going to help the industry overall, and you and I both know exactly who the industry is.
The merchant looked through some of Sega's materials again and smiled. Kalinske scooted up to the edge of his seat. He didn't need a big order, just an order, a single order. Please buy this one cartridge of Dick Tracy, please. We need this. That would be enough to motivate his employees, give Sega the credibility it sorely needed, and confirm to Kalinske that maybe he wasn't in completely over his head. Please, just a single order, especially with the Super Famicom coming.
A little while ago, I was interested in stocking an electronic handheld game.
The electronic merchant explained.
A stupid little football game, not even close to anything on the Game Boy, for $15. Maybe mom and dad buy it for Sonny if he makes all A's, or hits the game-winning shot. But then a pal of mine, someone in the same line of work, he passes along a rumor to me. There was a small store struggling to keep up with the big boys, and they decided they were going to lower the price of the NES by 5 cents, just so they could have some small advantage. Well, they advertised this in the Sunday newspaper, their 5-cent advantage, and another small store sees this and calls Nintendo to let them know. A week goes by, Nintendo sends out the trucks to deliver the product, and lo and behold, there's nothing left for the store with the 5-cent discount, and by sheer coincidence, the guy who passed along the tip gets a bigger allocation than normal.
The merchant tapped his fingers on the desk.
But like I said, this was just a rumor I heard. It's probably not true after all. That would be illegal.
I just want to point out here that this analogy makes no sense. He starts talking about the time he wanted to stock another company's product, but then it's actually a story about how somebody tried to lower the cost of Nintendo's product. It doesn't connect.
Yeah.
I mean, really, it's just kind of generally don't mess with Nintendo, I guess.
Yes, but of course. But I think it's more that Harris wanted to get that story in someplace and figured this was the place to put it.
Yeah.
Kalinske shook his head.
Not just illegal. It'd be un-American.
Okay, Mr. Communist Basher here. I mean, we're going for McCarthyism in this? Is that what we're doing? The merchant gave a gummy smile.
Maybe he is
Gummy
a toad.
grin is a great thing.
The old Haribo green.
Perhaps one day we'll return to a place where the streets are paved with gold, and all you need to succeed is a good idea, a strong work ethic, and some kind of bootstraps. Or perhaps we'll continue to move in the opposite direction.
The merchant pondered this for a second and then stood.
Personally, I like the place with golden streets, and believe it or not, I like you, Mr. Kalinske. But my answer is no.
I understand.
Kalinske said, standing to leave.
And I appreciate your ode to better, simpler times. But you know what the sad thing is? The man in your story. The one who tipped off Nintendo. I don't really blame that guy.
I do.
He was just trying to find an angle. If you ask me, the people really killing this country are the ones who realize the American dream is being crushed, but don't bother to do anything about it.
Of course, as a high-paid CEO of a multi-million-dollar tech company.
Real Miles Copeland.
That is a
kinda
subsidiary
attitude.
of a Japanese corporation.
Yes. Kalinske thanked the merchant for his time and then flew back to Sega with a 16-bit chip on his shoulder.
Oh, no!
Wah, wah, wah.
Oh boy, this has been a night right here. We're gonna stop there for tonight. But how's everybody feeling about Console Wars by Blake J. Harris?
Well, I personally believe that our laminated sheen of professionalism is breathing new life into this book.
I will have to ruminate on that one. No. It's pontificate. What did he say?
Pontificate.
Yes,
pontificate.
I'll have to pontificate on that one.
To needle and mouse along.
Indeed.
To hedge along, you got to hedge along.
Yes, we were hedge our bets against whether this book will ever improve.
I mean, he obviously did a lot of really great research. I mean, that's the tragedy of Console Wars. He did a lot of really great research. He talked to so many people. And this is what we got. Laminate.
Yeah,
And we haven't even gotten to razor blades yet.
Two chapters. Two chapters.
That's the whole reason I'm here.
Well, I'm playing Trip.
Yep.
What were you gonna say, Dale?
I hate that chapter so much.
Me? This was as awful as I could have hoped.
Awesome. You listened to this in audiobook already.
I will tell you it's a different experience. It's
Yes,
well
no,
done.
but yeah, we do need
Someone trying their best.
Right.
It's well, the two chapters there are probably some that's when I hit the point because I was intrigued by the book. I didn't know much of the backstory, first of all, so I was learning a chunk of this backstory, perhaps apocryphally at the time. But the dialogue at first, I was like, "Wow, these are some amazing quotes." And then after somewhere chapter 6 or whatever, I was like, okay, this guy had to have been sitting in this kitchen like for months, right? And then I realized shortly thereafter that it was like, oh my God, no, that's why this dialogue is so tortured. He just made this up. He had to have. There's no way. You don't even talk like that. Come on. But the book was professionally done, the audiobook.
Yeah.
Yeah, this it comes across as a vanity project more than anything. That I need to prove to the world that I can write something, rather than I am very interested in this subject.
I always got the impression that the book was like and like you guys were saying earlier, like he wanted to do the movie and things like that. The book was like a necessary evil to get, like a stepping stone to that.
Yes.
That is
the
why
book
I'm
was
100%
never-
behind you. By chapter 7, I was
You can
convinced.
tell. Yeah,
It was
you can
like-
tell like this is not the focus. This guy was not trying to.
This is
to
your
make,
screenplay
the book was
draft.
not his goal.
Yes.
Yeah, and plenty has been made of that. But even just beyond the, the hokey dialogue and that part of it, it just feels like the misdirection on what the story is so many times.
You haven't
And
even gotten to the dying girl yet.
The dying girl.
You don't remember the dying girl? Oh, that's why you have no empathy. Humorless, emotionless bastard.
Yeah, and we did mention in the first time around, if you're really interested in the rise of Sega of America, before I knew Ken, I read his first book, Playing at the Next Level, and I was very, very impressed at like what insight it gave me. Where as opposed
really
to
good.
this, where the insight is so deeply layered inside of these hokey conversations and whatnot, Ken's book has a lot to chew on.
Thank you. Well, it was kind of frustrating, that I think his book came out something like less than a year before mine did. I was already at the end of mine, and so I was like, okay, well, he's just going to focus on like the marketing side, and mine's going to focus on the game development side, and they complement each other. And then, like, when I got the advanced copy and I saw the disclaimer at the beginning, I was like, you made up conversations, you dense conversations, and then I see people quoting this book as a reference left and right, and I just want to take it. It's a nice thick book, which is very good for beating yourself repeatedly in the head. People go and do that.
And unlike
I don't
the
have the
Create
hardcover
Worlds,
version.
yeah, it was printed in hardcover.
Well,
Yeah,
there's an obscenely expensive They Create Worlds hardcover.
You take that back, buddy.
Okay.
took out a second mortgage to get that card cover.
And the Huskies had to deliver it, as we established.
3 died on the trip.
Many Boffins died.
It was foreclosed anyway.
Things heavier than F-150.
Yeah. And at the end of the last stream, we did mention how Ken Balthaser is a very central character. When Tom walks in, he's like, "These are the people that I can trust." One of those people is Ken Balthaser, and he's not mentioned in this book.
Yeah.
He was pissed about that.
Oh yes.
And he was pissed, oh my God, what was his name? I forgot his name. I'm very bad with names. Like, he was very pissed off about that. Mike Latham was pissed about that. A lot of the producers, the people involved in the actual game development side were really pissed. I mean, Ken Balthaser supposed to spoke to him like 2 or 3 times at length, and none of that's in the book.
Yeah, and I mean, his development team is what kept the lights on, before Sonic became a thing. I mean, they were so important to bridging that gap, and yeah.
Yeah, and the book does at least mention other things going on. I mean, we get Echo the Dolphin later, which not exactly like the star product for Sega or anything, but
in a convention dinner conversation that most certainly happened.
But the documentary really just says Sonic is all that Sega had and all they needed to have.
Well, yes. Then you had the whole new round of people getting pissed off by the documentary, most notably, Peter Main, because
that was before it even came out.
Well, no, but they were interviewed long before it came out. Like, it was gestating for a long time. So he already knew, what was going to be in it somehow, in the documentary, because it was the documentary that pissed Peter Main off.
Are there
than the book?
Are there any audio recordings available of Peter Main?
He showed up on TV numerous times.
Okay, so we do know his voice then.
Yeah. There's like a 1991 in particular where, like all the controversies around Nintendo. So if you really want a method act, there you go.
I'm gonna need a link then. Send that along then.
All right. At some point.
I forget, has the infamous 1994 skit surfaced?
And it was in like the clips were in the documentary, but I don't believe that the raw recording has come up.
Right.
Whole lot of interesting footage in that documentary, including the presentation where Goodby, Berlin, and Silverstein showed off.
Yeah.
The welcome to the next level.
Now, the documentary is a lot better than the book. It's just that some of the Nintendo people were really pissed off because they thought that they were being brought in to talk about the console war for the documentary, and then they felt that the end result was just a hagiography about Tom Kalinske, and they did not feel well served by being supporting characters in a Tom Kalinske bio, is basically what it comes down to.
Well, they should have also been pissed about High Score then, because that did the exact same thing.
The dialogue really supports that, though, because it is kind of shocking, for instance, that Maine, who plays this central character, doesn't get a dialogue line until like chapter 16. And it's true. This is truly Kalinske is 1/4 of the words in the book.
Well, and you see, the other thing is, oh, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that I also like, for example, how Michael Katz is basically only in the book like as he's on his way out the door.
Literally.
Which, of course, by itself is incorrect in terms of how the time frame works.
Right, because they overlapped. But yeah, no, and the other thing is, with Peter Main that I've heard from other people that were working there is Peter Main considered himself a very straight shooter. Like when he was making financial statements and reports on sales and all of this publicly, he is absolutely convinced that Sega was lying its ass off all the time about its figures. And considering how the Sega of America situation ended with a huge backstock that wasn't accounted for in Sega Enterprises consolidated earnings, he may just be right about that. But whether he's right about it or not, he really felt that Sega was lying all the time based on the information that he had. And so to have something like this talking about how brilliant all of Sega's moves were when he was convinced it was all lies, was kind of an extra sore spot.
Yeah, they, when eventually there is another book that gets written, so we've had the American, deification of the Sega story, and now we're starting to get a hard backlash against it, particularly from people like John Harrison, who is very just like Japan did nothing wrong. Maybe that's an unfair characterization of him. He's a good researcher, but he definitely comes off as America lies more than Japan does on this stuff. So eventually we're going to get the reactionary, because this and also Service Games, which oh my god, that book. And so eventually we're gonna get Japan did everything right, and it was silly Americans who ruined everything. And then eventually we'll get around to a balanced view.
Yes.
When everyone's dead.
I assume John Harrison's going to write a book about it at some point. I mean, he's already written one book. He wrote a book about Treasure.
Yeah.
And I assume he's going to write a book about Sega of America and Sega Enterprises at some point. But, yeah.
And Ken has a Sega book coming. Promotion. He might have stepped away. But Ken has a book on the Game Gear coming. That's not a surprise announcement.
That's right.
So you can watch out for that. So that Ken, I was promoting you, and you were not here.
My internet dropped.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
We're told you have a Sega book coming out, Ken.
Well, it's done, but first it was going. I had talked with Read Only Memory,
Mhm.
and they wanted to publish it, and then they decided that they want to do more compendium picture type books, and they don't want to do anything with a lot of text, so they
Mm.
dropped out. And
Mhm.
then it was going to be published by Limited Run,
Mhm.
and then they decided that that they were going to hit the brakes on book publishing for the foreseeable future. And so now I am talking to a couple of others. I have a meeting with a publisher this week who says he's interested. So
Well, good luck.
I know
Yeah.
McFarlane's
Yeah.
interested, but if McFarlane would not publish the type of book I want to publish, so
Right.
Well, Ken, you have just said something that puts me in a panic. So.
yeah. But to be honest, I kind of wasn't really happy with my experience with Limited Run. I mean, I
Mm.
had a meeting with Jeremy and someone else, and he told me he was very enthusiastic about it and really willing to publish it. All I had to do was talk to Sega and see if they would license it.
Mm.
Okay.
And I was like, wait, what is that what you're supposed to do? I mean, oh, because we have a licensing agreement with Sega to publish their games, and we don't want to step on any toes. I'm like, well, if you have a licensing agreement, that means that you have a person who negotiates licenses and has already done so with Sega. So shouldn't you do that? And so I went and talked to Sega's licensing guy, Michael Cisneros, the senior director of licensing, told him what I was doing. He told me, and I had spoken to him before when I did Sega Arcade Revolution, and
Mm-hmm.
he basically said that the same thing. We can't, we're they because they're the I forgot what his title was. I was the community manager. Danny, I forget his name. See, I'm very bad with names. But their community manager had told me, the guy who ran Sega Forever for a while, Danny Russell. He had told me that when it comes to books, Sega's not really enthusiastic because they can make more money licensing one Sonic T-shirt than they can with all the books they license for a year. So it's not a big money maker for them. So they're not really into that. And Cisneros had told me the same thing. And he told me again, we can't license it, but as long as you make it clear that Sega doesn't endorse the book, is not affiliated with it, and you don't make your writing doesn't sound like the words are coming directly from Sega, generally they don't care, and they
Right.
not you can use they're very lenient when it comes to things like artwork and screenshots, as long as you make it very clear that they're not involved. So I went and did that. I got talked to Sega, got the official position from Sega about that, and when I presented it to Limited Run, they were like, oh, we're pumping the brakes on publishing books right now. And I was like, what? I and this is kind of I call this the shipper effect, because that happened to be once we shipper with the Valley Midway book. I talked to their vice president, called me on my cell phone to tell me that he had read my pitch, loved the book, couldn't wait to publish it, told me what I had to do, submit it by December. This was like in early October, and he was excited to work with me. So I did everything they wanted me to do, submitted the pitch, in December. Oh, I was about to submit. I told them, please tell me, what you need me exactly, what I need, what documents or images or whatever, and where to submit it. And then their public relations guy came back with, you know what? We decided we're not going to publish it. It's a business decision. Hope you understand. So with read only memory, I had been going back and forth for like since the pandemic, trying to get a clear, are you going to publish this or not? And I got the impression, that's why I started talking to Limited Run. I got the impression that he wasn't. And then, finally confirmed that no, that they want picture books, basically compendium style books. They don't want anything with text. And the book has, I'd say about 30% of the book is text. But then there's like the notable game section will have lots of pictures, the accessories, the bundles and things
Mm-hmm.
like that are all compendium style, but it has that history section that's about 150 pages. And apparently, it's like, we don't want your facts and your history; just give us pictures.
Yeah,
So
it's
Yeah.
there. I mean, there. Yeah, we've been seeing. I keep the book list updated as I can. There has been a
Noticeable.
decline.
Noticeable.
It's everything is kind of post-pandemic, so there's an aspect of it to that. But yeah, what seemed like it was an exploding field is definitely feeling like it is contracting quite a bit.
Yeah,
But it's a symptom of like, the whole thing. Like, I personally detest the term content creator because anytime that term is used, it only refers to YouTubers and streamers. Like the only people who create content are people who create videos. If you write, that's not you're not creating content, right? And and that seems to be the direction. I still remember when I did my first panel at Midwest Gaming Classic in 2018. I went and sat next to Lenny Herman, and he gave me a corner of his table to put my books, a couple of books that I brought to sell. And one couple came up to me and congratulated me on my panel, and they were happy. He had already bought the book and he wanted to see the panel. He was very enthusiastic, loved the website, everything. The next guy came up to me and said he'd gone to the panel, looked at my book online, and said that I should make the book into YouTube videos. And I wanted to take, the heaviest book on the table and smack him clear upside down, just laminate his face with my professional shame.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's like words hard, make video, watch more fun. And it just,
I do both
God.
because I don't. There's no way that I could convey the story that I'm telling in video, both because the visual material doesn't really exist and because it would be way too long. So. Yeah,
I mean, it's frustrating because like the book is done. I mean, it's 71,000 words on the Sega Game Gear. I've got 11 Q&A developer interviews, including a half dozen Japanese personalities. I've got like 30 people from the US, Japanese, European, Australian, and Brazilian business that I interviewed, and lots of translated documents. I mean, I'm really proud of this. Like, this is like, and it's an awesome book in the Game Gear, and I'm fighting against people like, your book has too many words. I'm like, it's a fucking book, my book has too many words. What the fuck,
It's like that scene in Amadeus with the Emperor. It's like, it's too many notes.
Yeah.
Which of course is a
and I just
historical
would have
myth.
looked cynically and just.
Well, I know, but it's still a funny scene.
Yes.
And it covers the concept well.
Just, I'm like, too many words isn't like we wanted 100,000, you have 180,000. I understand, but when you tell me that your book just didn't have so many words, it's like, that's like, I'm sorry, your Formula One racing car just goes too fast. I'm like, that's what it's fucking supposed to do,
Yeah,
So,
I mean,
I know, like.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that, like, I talked to my editor from McFarlane, and she's like, "Oh, they'd love to publish it," but it's like, they would publish it, but it wouldn't be, the type of book that I want to publish. It's not a straight up book like the others. There is that visual element, but it's, if I get to the point where there's no other option, then I'd rather have it published that way than not published at all. But
yeah.
Yeah, and now I'll have to see if my thing with limited run is still on, if, they're in that odd situation at the moment.
Well, you're already contracted, so that is probably a little different than,
Yeah.
But I just don't understand how you go from, calling the person to tell them, we would love to publish this too. We're not going to publish this. And if
Money.
It was that from just what I said, but like, you saw it. You saw the product. We had a video call where I described the length and I shared it with you, and then I sent it to you. Like, you have seen this from top to bottom. So, and the worst part about it is, like, I'm gonna let you know, a year after.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's money.
But,
I get I have no
I kind of got
insider
that red
information.
flag when he told me, like, oh, all you got to do is talk to Sega and see what they say. I'm like, well, What do you mean?
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, I have no insider information, but just I'm not sure that the whole book publishing thing has worked out the way Limited Run was hoping it was going to. I think that's probably what it is, in all seriousness. I think they've taken a
If
bath
someone
on
comes
it and they're
back with a
bailing.
business decision and tells Ethan they can't publish his book after he edited like 300,000 words out of it.
Yeah, but he's under contract.
300,000 words.
They may still be planning to fulfill their like actual contract.
Right, right.
Ethan's
but,
under contract.
But there's a chance that Ethan might go postal. Is all I'm saying.
Oh yes.
yeah,
We have that
that's a
opportunity.
story that's a story that would end with, and then he turned the gun on himself.
No. Okay, that's probably true though. Oh.
Well, that escalated quickly.
Yeah. So I'm still in the stages of getting where they said they wanted it. Yeah. I mean, I've had the problem of the goalpost changing a little bit on me. Entirely understand when the monstrosity of a draft I first presented them was not the best idea, but I am working to make it within the limits, and I have to excise all of the citations to a separate page and all this kind of stuff.
I thought your 1.6 million word draft was aggressive though. I did.
Yeah, that was 350,000 words. That was the original draft.
Wow.
Yeah. I went pretty far. I went further in time, for one. Two, I was being pretty comprehensive on things that even if I didn't have a lot of information on. And three, sometimes I'm just a wordy bitch, like that's just how it works. I've always been described as verbose. I think that much is true.
You like to pontificate.
Indeed. Though the 150,000 word draft, so I edited it down from 350,000 words to 150,000 words, which is where I was said initially I needed to go, and then they said it needs to be 120,000. So the 150,000 word one is what I consider to be the research ready one. So if people want to see all of my where I got the information, I'll just send them a PDF of that. The edited down version is, just for good readability. It is definitely going to be more readable, but the information is going to be in the 150,000 word draft. And how many words was They Create Worlds Volume 1?
Does the thing give a word count? I mean, I honestly don't. I'm not sure if I can get a word count easily, but
I'm guessing 250. Maybe I'm a little over.
See, does this have a word count?
Yeah, if you can get a word count, feel free to share it.
And it had better include footnotes.
Yeah,
I mean
it's
it
going to
would
include the
because
index
just,
as well, which will throw it out some. But yeah, it will include the 2,000 plus footnotes.
Yes, I got 1,000 in my much shorter book. So, there's a lot of IBIDs in there because I am referencing interviews a lot more than Alex is.
Ibid.
Yeah, Ibid. Yeah.
Ibid.
Yeah, I'll be in my other volumes. I'll be referencing more interviews, but I have fewer interviews from that time period.
Let's just scroll down to the index and marvel in it. There we go. Look at that. That's a beaut. Absolute beaut.
Yeah. Well, and that's not even every source because I made the choice not to include in the cited works because this is something you can do. I didn't include like individual newspaper articles. They're cited in the book where I used them, but I did not include them in the bibliography. It's a bibliography, not a work cited. So there's actually way more sources even than that were used.
I'm forgetting, Ken, how do you deal with, citation stuff? Obviously, you go for mass market kind of deal. So
Doesn't do Chicago. I know that. I'm just messing. It's fine. It's fine.
No, actually, he did the last two.
No, that's true.
The
You did
Williams
switch to
book used
Chicago.
Chicago, and in the Game Gear one, I used Chicago as well.
Yeah. Good man. Coming around. So at the time, that's how he was credited on the site. He's now actually credited on the site with his real name. So if I were to do an updated edition, I'd use his full name. But
I just have to point out that Dilly is in this book.
Yes, Dilly is in the book.
Dale is not in the book, though.
Dilly also won a copy of the book, which was probably a violation of some law somewhere since he was a minor. But,
you can take that up with the LLC.
We did not say must be 18 to enter.
And Canadian, no less.
Indeed.
You'd be in prison if he were in Quebec.
But yeah, the article on the site now has his real name, but at the time I wrote the book, he was going by Dilly Dillon on the site. So, yeah, lots of
Stephen Kent.
Yep, even Kent.
So much, all the way down.
Yep, lots of sources, and then of course my interview list is at the very end.
Just get to there.
Up before that, yeah. No. Up. It's only one page,
okay.
So,
no, it's before. It's.
Oh, I guess it's before then, before the sources. I guess it's a couple of pages. I lied. Be many more interviews for the second and third books. I didn't have as many people from the 70s, but that's everyone whose interviews contributed to this book.
And to shout out any ones that you want to highlight as we go down.
Jim Connolly had never, co-founder of Epix, had never been interviewed.
Well, he's the founder of Epix.
Yeah, no, he's the founder. That's correct, because he actually then gave stock to John Freeman, so he was the sole founder. Had never been interviewed for a historical retrospective, and I'm very proud that I tracked him down.
Ron Gordon, dead.
Yeah, that's true.
On him.
And Ray Kassar, yep. Last interview he ever gave was to me. He died about a year later, but I was the last interview he ever gave.
George Kiss is still around?
Oh yeah, George, and so is his 90-plus-year-old father, Ago.
Yeah, I'll just say this, cause, it's not really that much of a secret, but Mito Marino actually contacted me and he said, I think George died. And so I tried to, I did what I could to try and contact him. And I was like, oh no, he just moved. So eventually, George no longer is in California. I met George in person. I forget if I told you that, Ken. George and Ago. When I was in San Diego, which was a very interesting experience and a whole lot of good stuff for the book.
And Ed Krakauer there, I'm pleased that I got the Intellivision book people in touch with Krakauer. They were able to interview him because of me. They found a ton of people on their own, but that one I can take credit for.
Yes.
Gene Lipkin, of course, is now passed on, as has Dave Moravsky Sr. I was amazed I found Richard Mobilio and could talk to him, one of the fabled HP executives brought into Atari after its first fiscal year.
And ruined everything.
And he said, he actually, in our interview, he said, yeah, we did kind of ruin everything. Like, he agreed. Like, all that stuff about how they were used to big bureaucratic companies and that really didn't fit the Atari situation. Like, he, without prompting, agreed with all of that. So,
Susan Lee Marrow's an interesting one. She was at a bunch of different companies that not so much germane to this book, but she is an interesting behind the scenes person.
Absolutely.
Glad you tracked down.
Yeah.
Also, Jula Salvadelis.
Absolutely, and Claire Nutting there, who has also passed on. I'm kind of pleased. Yep, and David. And Frank O'Connell is the other person I helped the Mattel book people get in touch with. Then Burt Reiner, who I was shocked to see interviewed on Time Extension, because that seemed like such a deep cut. I interviewed him years before Time Extension did, but it's just like, wow. And who's the other one I was going to point out on this list? Oh, Howard Moulin was kind of interesting because it's like he's the guy that did the cartridges for Activision, and he is still in the plastics business. And it was a short interview because I mean he was only tangentially related, but he provided some good information about because he had done Atari cartridges before Activision, and then Atari had brought it internal, so his company wasn't doing it anymore. But then talked a little bit about developing the cartridge for Activision. Then Hugh Tuck, the other creator of the Galaxy game that no one talks to. Everyone talks to Bill Pitts. Nobody talks to Hugh Tuck.
And you got a document from him.
And I did. I got their a PDF copy of their business plan that they put together. And Randall Willie.
The infamous.
The key had nothing to do with video games, but in Nolan Bushnell's deposition, he claimed that Randall Willie was the one that introduced him to Space War, or actually told him where to find the guy that could get him the code to Space War at Utah. And I tracked him down after the University of Utah newspapers became available online because his name was actually misspelled in the deposition. It was spelled with a Y instead of an IE. And so, but then I found his names in the University of Utah newspapers and found the correct pronunciation and tracked him down. And he had a few interesting things to say about Nolan in the old days, but
which you can read about on Alex's website, his blog.
Yep. But one thing I asked him without telling him why, without giving him any information why, because I didn't want to taint the response. I asked, do you remember games like Space War at the University of Utah Computer Lab? And he said no. And while obviously a person can forget something after 40 plus years or 50 plus years, he was supposed to be the guy that knew what was going on with the game. So you would not expect him to forget that. It's all still circumstantial evidence, but that is the best evidence yet in some ways that Nolan never saw that game at Utah.
Let me pull up my own interview list for my book. Do a little reminiscing on here. Joanne Anderson, a very interesting individual. She only shows up in this book a little bit, but she is she had bones to pick in some ways, but she was also a very important logistics person behind the scenes. She pretty much set up Namco in America for one, so that was fun. Ken Anderson, who I have a 5-part interview with, and again only shows up a little bit in this book. No relation, by the way. Sabrina Berry, which I was very surprised I was able to track down. One of the Gremlin girls herself. Dwayne Blau, who has been extremely supportive throughout the making of this book. He read it all the way through.
That was a fantastic get. I am impressed by that one.
Right at the edge of the pandemic, he had a very sharp. He's 90 something. He has an extremely sharp mind. What was that?
That's the Sabrina Berry I have a crush on.
Is it the Gremlin girl?
Yes.
Yes, that's her.
Okay, right. Thank you.
Yes. Short cropped hair.
Thanks for that info.
Yeah. T-shirt. You know what I'm talking about.
Murphy Bivens, who I've not been able to recontact, but one of the most interesting game designers that literally no one knows about. But did tons of interesting product at Gremlin. This was a complete random get. This was one of my things. I was on LinkedIn and I was trying to find who was involved with this stuff. And Scott Cameron came up. I had no idea what it meant. He was a manufacturing guy basically. And I had no idea really what it meant to be, part of manufacturing. So what he did was a thing called project engineering. I explained it a little bit in the book. And I actually structured one of the chapters of this book around him because he had a lot of very interesting insights into how manufacturing relates to engineering and the steps in between, which is a fun thing in there. David Conover was one of my earlier gets. Didn't have a lot to do with specific games, but he was someone who was very enthusiastic from the start about this project. Tim DeAndrea, who was Rick Dyer's right-hand man at Advanced Microcomputer Systems. And basically, he organized a three-way call between other members who were part of, the Dragon's Lair team, basically. So that was a rather interesting interview.
Yeah. Obviously, there'll be a lot of stuff. I mean, I've read versions of your book. I mean, there's a lot of great stuff in there, but like from a general audience perspective that may not be as interested in the nuts and bolts of how some of these companies worked, I think the Dragon's Lair material is going to be some of the most revelatory material.
Yes.
In the
basically, Rick Dyer had nothing to do with Dragon's Lair. There's your spoiler right there, because he really didn't. Steve Fay, another guy I met in person out in San Diego. I drove out into the hills to go and meet him, and he was kind of the original guy in manufacturing that was doing some interesting stuff. Frank, good old Frank, stayed at his house. Talked with him, very personally, and he's the impetus for doing this book. Very sad. And while I was staying at Frank's house, his nephew, Lynn, happened to be there to watch him because Frank had lots of issues, health issues. And Lynn happened to be there, and he was Gremlin employee number 1. So I got a super interesting interview with Lynn during there. Then Steve Hanawa, thank you so much, Ken, for putting me in touch, because this is one of the best things in this book for me. He gave me tons of choice quotes, and having an insight into Japan is always great.
Steve is great.
I need to talk with him. I need to get some of the later stuff he did. Did he represent ASCII later in America? It was a third-party company that wasn't Sega.
Mm-hmm.
So I need to talk with him about that sometime. But yeah, Steve was extremely intelligent, super cool guy. Jerry Hansen, who was one of the principals of Gremlin, shows up a ton throughout the book. Just an incredibly intelligent guy. And then Lane. And you can see right here when I interviewed him, right on the verge of the pandemic, which was a very interesting time. But like I pushed super hard to talk to Lane.
That was such a great get as well. I mean, the most important game guy of the 1970s that most people have not heard of.
Yes. And he not only he's been very supportive of the book. He's read through it. And then he gave me documents. He gave me the documents for a couple of the games, including Head On, and the Head On stuff is truly mind blowing. I'm presenting it the best way that I can in the book, but there is a lot to dig into.
And of course, one of his co-workers was a little guy called William Hawkins II.
Mm-hmm.
And William Hawkins' son, Trippy, would hang out in the garage with the computer from time to time. Small world.
Yeah, okay. I don't know why I haven't put the Hawkins one on here, but I did email Tripp to just get, can I get a little statement on this, and he sent me a little bit of his forthcoming book that was on this particular thing. So thank you, Tripp, for that little additional stuff. Steve Isaacson, I had to cut out everything related to Sega Centers in the book, but he was head of Sega Centers, which was their mall arcade chain, and that was he had some really cool stories to go along with that. And How Alive he's here just for like a half fact, but he counts.
Yep.
But super cool guy.
Yep. Yeah, no, he is. I've interviewed him, a couple of times, and also I invited him out to the Space Force Smithsonian event and got to meet him in person out there after interviewing him a couple of times. So that was cool.
Then George and Ago.
Yeah, Ago, that is really cool that you got to meet him, because you definitely have the record amongst all of us for most nonagenarians interviewed for video game history.
2 for this book, and then I have Chuck Arnold, who was also super old.
Yeah.
Then Robert Kupek, which was extremely interesting. He was Sega's legal representative in America. And he was super candid about stuff, and it was very, very cool to talk with him. Alex McKay, he is one of the most like pure smarts and just like understanding of like what the industry was. Alex was a super delight to talk to, and I talked to him pretty early in the process. And he sticks out in my mind, and I made a conscious effort to highlight him in the book as one of the main characters, so to speak. David okay, so this is a interesting related story. So this was very early when I was doing this, before I was even conceiving of a book. I was just like, Gremlin has a super interesting story. So I contacted Frank, and then I started seeking out people who had worked at Gremlin. I contacted this guy, David Money, who was another production guy. He originally worked on the line, and then he moved his way up, and he designed the production lines of Sega's newer facility. At the end of the interview, he asked, how's your mom doing? I was like, you know my mom? It's like, yeah, we met at your dad's funeral. He was a friend of my dad.
Small world.
Yes, so that gave me a personal connection to Gremlin. He was a friend of my dad back in Minnesota, and he moved out to San Diego, where he worked at a video game company. Of course, Ken, Mito is a character of characters. And supportive, interesting guy, and also, another main character who shows up later in the book. Bob Pecoraro, which another very behind the scenes guy, but very, very interesting. And of course, Victor Penman, who really, if anybody should be called the father of Dragon's Lair, it's this guy. He named the game. He came up with the concept. He was the lead
and
writer.
Then as an encore, he basically created Goldbox.
Yes. That was way more of a collaborative process.
I know. I'm exaggerating, but I'm just saying, obviously it was good that you got the Dragon's Lair story from it. I'm just thrilled that you got the Goldbox story from him too, because that's an underreported story.
Yeah. So that's one that is an epic one that needs to be stitched to. Jimmy did some good work on it, but he didn't really have any insight from the people in his article. Yeah. It was mainly the documents, which documents don't lie as much, but they John Rowe, who was a very interesting guy. I need to talk to more on this stuff, but he was the guy who took over Cinematronics. It's complicated, but that's basically what happened. Of course, wasn't able to talk to Tim Skelly, but he talked so much that I was able to include his voice in this book, and very important. Bob Skinner is one of the most eclectic people I have ever spoken to in this journey. He is a fascinating individual who knows how to phrase stuff in some of the best ways possible. I put so many quotes by him because I love him. He's one of my favorite people that I've talked to. Ron Stein, it took forever to get this interview done, but he finally sat down and talked to me. He was Gremlin's video guy, and didn't have a whole lot to add to what I had dug up, but and Tom Stroud, another, I have less Cinematronics people in here than the Gremlin people, but Tom Stroud was a super linchpin in me being able to actually understand what the hell was going on at Cinematronics.
Tom Stroud the younger,
Yes.
but not a junior, because their middle names are different.
Yes, he noted in the book that it's just like, you should just call me Junior because people did at the time anyway, and I'm like, nope, I'm going to stick by my guns here and make sure that it is accurately reported. He has also been very supportive of everything and was very willing to admit to his failures. He was kind of in a lower level position, all things considered. And Dan Vieskis is another guy I met in person out in San Diego. Artist, mainly did stuff at Cinematronics. So that's just a sampling of the people I talked to.
But now we're interviewing Atari people.
Yes. Which, I don't know if we talked about it on the stream, on this stream. We talked about it on Carl's stream.
Yes.
But let's just say it as we're still recording out here into the middle of the night, and I should definitely be getting into bed. But this is our future plans. So, I need to finish up this book. My next project is going to be a book on Looking Glass, because I'm deep into that. I've got a lot of people left to talk to, but that is kind of the next project I have in mind. And a couple other things in between. Alex, what is your future looking like after Volume 3?
Yeah, first I have to get through Volume 3, right? But I'd like to do a single volume history after that is, more mainstream. And after that, I don't know. I've interviewed a lot of Electronic Arts people. It depends on what, papers might surface in that time too. But I think I would be in a good position with a little more research to do something Electronic Arts related. But in 15 to 20 years, mark your calendars.
Yeah, Alex. I basically told Alex one day, we're gonna write the Atari book, and he said, okay. So there was Marty and Kurt's book, Atari Inc. Business is Fun, back in 2012, that revealed a lot and left us cold at the same time. Similar to Console Wars, but not nearly as as dramatic and drastic in its ultimate effects. We think there is a better story to tell in the middle of all that. So,
and there are more and more archival collections becoming available all the time, and between the two of us, and we're continuing to, but we have interviewed a ton of Atari Inc. people. I've interviewed almost 50 people between the two of us. It's way more than that, and of course, there's tons of interviews that have been done. Antic has interviewed like hundreds of people, and there are other programmer interviews and stuff. I've interviewed a dozen people that held the title of division president or higher. Like, we got the executive story, we have the in the trenches programming stories. We still need more time for more to become available, because we want this to be like a proper history, not this is the best we can do at the time, but like this will be. There's always new stuff that can be learned later, but like this will be the history of Atari Inc.
Which, is quite ambitious and maybe a little haughty for ourselves. But I think that we've been developing a perspective on Atari, and especially as people who did not live through it, which I'll just say was a fault of Marty and Kurt, is that they had a connection to Atari that they couldn't shake.
Yeah.
So we come at it more purely from a historical perspective, and we're able to ask the right questions, and so I feel I definitely feel I need Alex for this. Maybe he doesn't feel he needs me for this, but
no, I think it'll be a good partnership. No, I want to do it together. I don't think it's something I would want to do just me alone. There's so much stuff to go through, and you know, you have a very good sense of narrative structure that will help the final product as well. And yeah, and the thing is, you know, obviously we've got all the interviews, but I mean, there's also more than any other company. There's so much archival material out there already. Like, so you can actually get into documents and corroborate some things via documents, which is hard to do with most video game companies right now. So that's the other thing that makes them so ripe to have like a more serious definitive history done in another decade or two, is those archival sources.
So that is for the far future. The our great ambition, you know, our legacy, if that will have to be how it is. The great Atari book of the original. We were talking just the original Atari.
Yeah, 72 to 85. I mean, really mostly 84, but, you know, wrap up to the final, you know, sell off of some of that stuff.
I've been working on a vague outline for this, even though this is something we're definitely not touching for like at least 5 years to start seriously considering it. But it's part of what I've been developing with my other projects. I have this sense of how things should be put together and how they can be put together in an interesting way that's not just chronological, but also doesn't kind of go off into weird tangents a whole lot. So that's
no giant Tengen flashbacks in the middle of the chapter.
Yes, that is one way to think of it. But like, you know, one chapter, like a couple chapters that I propose is all about Atari advanced R&D. So like putting that together in the context of what the rest of the company is doing, and just kind of this idea of like what their grand ambitions many years out were, which wouldn't be necessarily how you would structure the book if you were looking at it in a different way.
Right. And we also, even though it's not coming for a while, we are stepping up a little bit our targeting of remaining Atari people that we feel there's still more information to like glean from. Ethan's done a couple of interviews recently. I've done a couple.
I did one 2 days ago.
Mm-hmm.
And
because obviously we need to, you know, that's getting to be a long time ago. We need to capture those perspectives while we still can.
Yeah, you know, we missed out. Yeah, obviously, always you miss out on some.
Yes.
And I also should mention that the plan for this, at least currently, you know, this is all things that can change in the future, is a 2-volume work. You know, like 500 pages each. Chapter 1, or, you know, book 1 goes up to when Nolan gets kicked, and then book 2 is the rest.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So it's a good division for sure. And yeah, I think there's definitely enough to make 2 books warranted. Whether the public will agree or not is always another thing. But
we're not caring about the public. We're doing what we need to do, just like Ken.
That's right.
Ken, will you write the ultimate Sega book? Will you be that guy?
I don't know what would be next. I mean, somebody already wrote a Dreamcast book. Saturn still hasn't been touched. You know.
Well, now we've got the Saturn revisionists out here, so.
I mean, I guess honestly, the next thing would be like if you could find a collaborator like in Japan that you could work with. I mean, I realize Sega is never going to cooperate on stuff and let you into their archives, but because like Florin Gorge, he knows some Japanese himself, but like he has a Japan guy that helps him like track down, you know, a lot of Nintendo stuff.
Yeah, I would need somebody.
That's what I'm saying.
Kind of, access.
Takeda-san, maybe.
Because for this book, I've talked to some people, former Sega Japan people, and at least 3 of them are like, "Oh, sure, I'd love to talk to you, as long as Sega authorizes me to."
Yeah.
Yeah.
You left the company in 1994.
Yeah, if you have to
Yeah,
find
they
those
still
rare
won't talk.
individuals, the Satoru Okadas of the world that just don't care.
Mhm.
I mean, it was like Pandemonium did that thing on Virtua Cop for the Saturn, and got like the whole development team there, and it's like, my God, how did you do that, dude? Like that was ridiculous. And I mean, the length of that video is also ridiculous. You didn't need to do that whole thing.
Yeah.
But, I salute his effort of being able to get most of the development team of a Sega game into a chat and do an extensive interview with them.
Yeah.
It's just like, yeah. So I think it's a lot of framing. I think there, if you were doing it in Japanese, then people are more willing to do it. Even John's Hispanic was able to go over there and,
Yeah, there is some of that with Japanese developers being more comfortable, spilling things to in Japanese with or without company approval, because they can be more confident that they're actually.
Well, this Game Gear book, like I said, I have in the developer interview section, which is just a section of Q&A with
Mhm.
the actual like composers, programmers, producers, I have 6 interviews with composers, programmers, and I did those interviews in Japanese. 'Cause I have someone since I did the Sega Arcade Revolution.
Mhm.
I have someone who lived in Japan, has a BA in Japanese linguistics, and translates professionally. And since he's a Sega fan and a fan of the website, he's been more of a collaborator I've been having a customer, a client relationship, me having a client relationship with him. And so he's been really good in that regard and pricing and things like that. And he's translates all the questions to Japanese, and I tell them, you can feel free to answer in Japanese, and they answer in Japanese, and he translates them.
Yeah.
And they've gotten a lot more cooperation that way.
Yeah.
And I actually I got Sega's liaison to Tech back in the day as well
Ah,
nice.
for this book,
that's
and
awesome.
he did his interview completely in Japanese.
Huh.
That's
But
really
it would
awesome.
be if I had someone like in Japan who could, like I saw an interview or I read about a guy who did an interview with Yuzo Koshiro that he just basically like went to Japan and found where he lived and knocked on his door. And I was like, that's creepy as hell. But he explained himself, and Koshiro actually like invited him in and showed him his studio and spoke to him for like 2 hours.
That's cool.
Alex,
So
I'll
have
have
you-
to
go ahead.
disappoint you that Dilly has never heard of White Spot.
Ah, man. Well, I guess that answers that question. I mean, that's an answer in and of itself. That means it must not be worth anyone's time. Peter Main left, and its marketing presence just vanished. That's what I'm taking.
I mean,
away
look
from
at look at how they advertise their food. This is supposed to be the good version of the food. Palest buns you've ever seen. Completely circular patties. Yeah.
You heard it first from our West Coast Canadian. His endorsement is, "I'll eat that if my other option is death." So there you go. That is the West Coast Canadian perspective. So have you given much thought, Ken, to what you might want your next project to be? I assume there will be one.
I have a couple ideas. I've been kind of like dancing around the idea of like doing a Bally book. But that's deep.
It
It's really
is.
deep.
But I will say, probably the most insightful person that you can find on Bally, that's easy to find, is Tom Neiman. Tom Neiman is super cool.
Yeah.
And he was friends with Bill O'Donnell Jr., so he has a lot of insights from the top of the company, and he was executive too. So So if
I
you
was thinking
wanted to
about
do
that,
that,
yeah.
there's your gateway right there. That's just to say.
Well, and if you could track
NIE,
down,
man.
because I mean, Bill O'Donnell Jr., who's technically kind of a Bill O'Donnell III, because his father was also Bill O'Donnell Jr., but I don't know. But the point is, Bill O'Donnell the Younger, if you could track him down, I mean, he might have some stories about his father he's willing to share or not. I don't know. But, and of course he was at the company. I mean, he led their arcade division for a good while, their pinball division for a while.
I was thinking about that. A couple of others, but I don't know. I'm still just trying to get this Game Gear book out. I've been writing this damn book since the pandemic.
We as two people in this room who are currently working on books that they need to get finished before they can move on.
My volume 2, yeah, no kidding.
We feel you. We feel you. All right, it is time to wrap up for the night. Thank you, everybody, for coming by the stream and all that kind of stuff. Lovely people still in the chat hanging on. Jacob, Rage, Ken, and Alex. Hope to see you around next time. We will need to find a time to jump into the very controversial contributions of Sega of America to Sonic the Hedgehog, which should
Not to
be
mention,
fun.
not to mention, we will definitely reach a certain negotiation.
Mhm.
By the way, if that's Rage doing all
I know.
the soundboard stuff. All right, we'll see you next time.
All right. Take care, everyone. Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Good night. And so it ends.